waiting room. So if you guys can admit people, that would be helpful. Let's see. Share my screen. You guys just give me a thumbs up if you can see that. Awesome. Thanks, Mike. And I am going to not be able to see you all as I'm talking for the most part. All right, it's 9:05, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Really pleased to see how many people have joined us today, and thank you very much for your interest in our workshop. We threw this together rather quickly, and that's why we're doing it completely on Zoom, so we didn't have to find a place to accommodate the 180 people that registered. So super excited that we can get as many people joining in on the workshop and hopefully in on the discussion as we can. I'm Karen Mogus. I'm the Deputy Director for Water Quality at the State Water Resources Control Board, and I'm joined by a number of great people that I'll mention when I go over the agenda in a minute to tee up our discussion of nutrient management statewide and some immediate actions that we can take to address nutrients. I'll start with a little bit of housekeeping. First off, please rename yourself. You can click on the participants tab at the bottom of the Zoom platform, find your name, hit the three dots to the right of your name, and it will allow you to rename yourself. So please put your name and affiliation if you can. Everyone will have the ability to speak during the meeting and unmute themselves and remute themselves. We don't have any controls over, I think we can mute everybody, but please make sure that you're muted unless you want to speak. And there are two options if you want to participate, either asking questions or later when we have an open discussion of immediate next steps, which is to either raise your hand, turn on your video and speak to the group, or you can use the chat function, which is a button at the bottom of the Zoom platform that you can use as well. And we do have Abe Wagner, who will be monitoring the chat function so that we'll have eyeballs on that and make sure that we can hear you or get your input. And then again, you are also have the option of raising your hand and we'll call on you, and you can share your video or not and unmute yourself and ask your question or provide your input. So with that, I am going to launch into the day with my presentation. So I'm going to start with an overview of our agenda. I will then talk about why we're here, what's the impetus for this workshop to begin with, and what are we trying to achieve today. And so with that, I will move on to our agenda, which starts with introductions. Oh, and I just realized I made a mistake on my slide. So here I am making introductions. We're not going to go around the room. Like I said, we have 180 people that have registered. And at last I saw there were over 80 already on the platform. So we're not going to go around the room to introduce ourselves. But again, please add your affiliation and your name to your identifier in the platform so we can see who you are, especially when you're talking. Then we're going to move on to a status of nutrient standards development for both inland and ocean waters. I indicate that Rebecca Fitzgerald is making the presentation when in fact her staff, Joseph Westhouse and Kat Walsh, will be making the presentation on our state efforts to develop nutrient standards. Then I'm going to move on to Tom Mumley, who is the Assistant Executive Officer at the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board. And he's going to talk about the efforts that the regional board has launched into with their Bay Area dischargers to develop and implement the nutrient management strategy for the Bay, and how that's going and what they've done without having nutrient standards on the books. So sort of a case study in the Bay Area for what we're trying to do more on a statewide basis. And then we'll move to Mike Falk with HDR Engineering, and he's going to go over more of the technical details and the studies that were done to support the implementation of the nutrient management strategy in the Bay Area. So a little bit diving into more of the technical details and what it took to gather the information needed to identify what needed to go in the regional board permit and all of those things. And then finally, we will round it out with a presentation from Ray Tremblay from the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts, going over the facilities planning that they are doing to support water reuse in the LA region in partnership with the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. So we've got a great lineup of presentations with excellent presenters with lots of experience and knowledge to share. And so then we'll round out the workshop with a group discussion of the next steps and immediate actions we think that we can take now to address nutrients across the state. I am going to take a break in the middle of the presentation so everybody can have a little stretch. We'll do a 10-minute break probably after Tom's presentation. And then in terms of the group discussion, I do not want to stifle discussion. So I have left the agenda relatively open. Hopefully you participants have blocked your calendar for the day. Depending on how the discussion goes, we may need to take a break in between the discussion and come back. My plan, if need be, we can take a lunch break. We'll see how things go, but I'm going to play it a bit by ear and see how it goes. So that's our agenda for the day. I'm going to now move on to the impetus for our workshop and start out with ocean acidification. pH and oxygen levels are falling in ocean waters. And in 2016, the West Coast Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Science Panel convened and published a report that concluded that most of the ocean acidification can be attributed to global carbon emissions, but that local discharges of human sources of nutrients can exacerbate the problem. And they recommended developing a predictive model of ocean acidification and hypoxia. So the Ocean Protection Council's 2020 strategic plan identified assessment of how land-based nitrogen sources could affect ocean conditions in California as a next step to developing management strategies, and subsequently funded the development of a coupled physical biogeochemical model to achieve that. So we've partnered up closely with Ocean Protection Council to develop a robust model that helps us answer the management questions that are important. And I'll get to those management questions in a minute. So a consortium of scientists led by the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, or SWRCB, has developed a state-of-the-art model and has used it to assess impacts for nutrients on coastal ocean health. The model is comprised of two parts, which are the Regional Ocean Modeling System that predicts how ocean water circulates. So that's the ROMS portion of the model. And the second is the biogeochemical elemental cycling model that predicts how algal blooms form and subsequently die off, consuming oxygen and thereby lowering pH. So you may hear this model referred to as the Roms-Beck model. I am just now getting used to what those acronyms stand for, and it's a mouthful. So I'm going to stick with the Roms-Beck model for the rest of this presentation. I'm not going to go into the details of how the model was developed. You can get more information from the fact sheet. I've got the link here. The link is also available on the notice for this workshop. You can also view the information item that myself, the Ocean Protection Council, and SWRCB scientists presented to our board on March 21st of this year. And the link to that video is also available on the notice to this workshop. And I encourage you to check it out if you haven't already. So the management questions that we seek to answer with the model are these. The first is, what's the effect of human nutrient loading on algal blooms, oxygen, and pH in the Southern California Bight? Now, we're focused right now on Southern California. Of course, running this model takes a lot of data, takes a lot of effort, is an expensive prospect. Our hope is to expand it across the entire coast. But for now, our most robust modeling effort has been in Southern California, and somewhat, and you'll hear a little bit more from Tom and Mike on the modeling that's been done in the San Francisco Bay Area as well. Second question is, what are the biological effects of these changes in seawater chemistry? And finally, what's the potential effect of management actions such as nitrogen reduction alone or combined with potable water recycling? So those are the management questions, and I'm going to give you a flavor of the preliminary findings to answer those questions that we've come up with the model. And I'll start with reminding you of the first West Coast Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Science Panel conclusions. And at that time, we had no confidence that human sources of nutrients would in any way impact ocean chemistry as compared to the global climate change and carbon emissions. But in fact, we have found that it does. So the preliminary findings from the model indicate for these two questions I have listed here that human sources of nutrients do cause measurable changes in ocean chemistry, and that those changes reduce the volume of ocean habitat by up to 30% over 25% of the Southern California Bight during 3 months of the year. And it's the hottest 3 months of the year in the late summer and early fall. So we were very surprised that there was such a magnitude of effect from the human loading. And when I say human nutrient loading, I'm mostly focused on municipal wastewater discharges. Oh, I should have said that this meeting is being recorded and will be made available after the meeting online on the Water Board's website. I should have had that as part of my notes from the housekeeping. So it is being recorded. The third question is, what's the potential effect of management actions such as nitrogen reduction on the impact on seawater chemistry and suitable habitat area? And preliminary findings again indicate that reducing nitrogen loading improves seawater chemistry and suitable habitat area. Reducing wastewater volume through recycling results in seawater chemistry and habitat declines to be patchier. And those patches are more intense, result in have more intense declines in chemistry and habitat where they occur. And finally, reducing nitrogen dampens that effect. I need to turn off some of my stuff. Oh, no, there we go. All right, so far I have focused on the coast. Now I'm going to move inland and talk about harmful algal blooms, which we are equally concerned about from impacts from nutrients. Harmful algal blooms across California are increasing, with reports of blooms nearly quadrupling in the 6 years from 2017 to 2022. Quadrupling, that's big. Harmful algal blooms across California affect waters throughout the state, from high elevation down to the coast, urban and rural areas. I always say, I can't say that word. It's terrible. It gets stuck in the back of my throat. Drinking water reservoirs and natural lakes, rivers, and estuaries. Harmful algal blooms occur year-round, with the most intense and widespread peak in the summer, and multiple factors, including temperature, flow, and nutrients, contribute to the blooms. And the effects are serious. There are impacts to ecosystem function, including fish kills, with one that you'll hear about from Tom and Mike shortly in the Bay Area just last summer that was widespread and severe. Aesthetics, of course, nobody wants to swim or have their dog come out of the swimming lake with algae all over their fur, and can create toxins that can contaminate drinking water, impact recreation, and impair water for agricultural purposes such as stock watering. So harmful algal blooms inland are also of huge concern and impact, and can be impacted by nutrient discharges as well. All right, so that's why we're concerned. That's why we're talking about this today. What do we want the outcome of this workshop to be? We want to identify immediate actions to begin addressing nutrient discharges statewide. You'll hear from my staff shortly on the status of nutrient standards development in the state, and you'll note that standards won't be developed for a few years, and yet immediate action is needed to address impacts from nutrients. This workshop is an opportunity to provide input on what actions we can and should be taking to evaluate the feasibility of nutrient reduction and wastewater discharges statewide, to encourage facilities to plan for nutrient removal and planning for future facility upgrades, while maintaining a focus and continuing to encourage increased recycled water to address future water supply needs. And finally, to take advantage of infrastructure funding that's available now. We do not want to have stranded investments where folks are making upgrades to their facilities with this funding that's available now, and then come back in a few years when we have nutrient standards in place and let them know that they have to do more upgrades to remove nutrients. So our interest is to take advantage of what's happening right now and take some immediate actions. And today I want to hear from you all as to what those actions could be, what are we willing to do, and how can we collaborate together to achieve some immediate term actions to address nutrients. And so with that, I want to thank you all again for joining this morning and participating, hopefully, in the discussion, the robust discussion that we'll have in a little bit. And for now, I'll ask Abe, are there any questions, burning questions so far in the chat?
No, not yet, Karen. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, just came in from Alicia Apple. Would you like me to read it?
I can look at it. Can you provide a breakdown of the increase in HAB reports? Are these primarily inland waters, estuaries, or coastal? A good question. I don't have that specific information at hand, but what I'll do is I do have the presentation I pulled that map from and can circle back with an answer as best I can today, and if need be, follow up after the workshop. Are we confident there are more HABs or just better reporting? Good question. I'm not sure that there's been an analysis that indicates better reporting. I mean, it's just like any monitoring, right? We get better tools, do more monitoring, and find more problems. So it's probably a combination of both. Are Are there guidelines or standards being reviewed for riparian areas? There'll be a little bit more detail about what's the plan for standards in across the state and where they will apply in the next presentation. So we'll table that question for that presentation, and maybe those of you who are presenting can touch on that if possible. How will this information affect decisions made by the California Coastal Commission on ocean desalination plants? That's a good question. I don't know if we have anybody from the Coastal Commission online today. Like I said in my intro, our focus is mainly on municipal wastewater discharges. However, desalination plants do discharge concentrated brine. I do not know to what degree they add nutrients as part of their treatment processes. I'm sure that there is some concentration of nutrients that occurs and may contribute. But in terms of the Coastal Commission, I mean, we have a role in permitting desalination plants as well. But this is not the focus of today's our focus today is mainly on municipal wastewater discharges. And that's all I see so far. Did I miss any? Don't think I have. Okay. Then I am going to go ahead and move on to our next set of presentations. Our next presentation, which is the development of nutrient standards, and I'm running the slides for everyone, so let me just tee this up really quickly. I need to share my screen. Let me do that as soon as I get it to where it needs to be. For some reason my cursor is not acting normally. Here we go. We'll share the screen, go to the PowerPoint. All right, I don't see that I'm sharing my screen. Can somebody let me know if you can see that?
No, I cannot, Karen.
Okay, hang on. Let me just go back. I think I may not have pushed. Oh, here we go. Share. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas, so to speak. Okay, so I'll introduce Joe Westhouse and Kat Walsh presenting on the status of nutrient standards development across the state. Go away. All right, so I think we're starting with Joe.
Thank you, Karen. Hello, everybody. My name is Joe Westhouse, and I'm an environmental scientist at the SWRCB Water Quality.
Joe, you're very faint and breaking up a bit.
Is this better by chance?
Much
better.
Okay, great. Awesome. Must be my headset. All right, I'll just start from the top again. My name is Joe Westhouse, environmental scientist at the State Water Board's Division of Water Quality, and I'm here co-presenting with my colleague Kat Walsh to share out on our work developing statewide nutrient standards. Go to the next slide, please. I'll be kicking us off by discussing the biostimulation, cyanotoxins, and biological condition provisions, which will encompass the provisions we're developing, eutrophication, the adverse impacts excess nutrients can create, our goals for addressing those impacts, past and future engagement with regulators, stakeholders, and local communities across the state, the project timeline, and what's in store for completion. Following the inland water side of things, I'll be passing it off to Kat, who can share a bit about the work that we're doing to support our oceans. Next slide. The State Water Board is focusing on tackling nutrient pollution by adopting and implementing the provisions, which are critical to protecting and preserving our water resources and their beneficial uses. They aim to address eutrophication and its detrimental effects on aquatic habitats and human health. While the provisions also contain components dedicated to addressing cyanotoxins and preserving healthy ecological and biological conditions, today's presentation will be solely on nutrients, as is the focus of today's workshop. The problem we seek to address is excess nutrients and their discharges that lead to eutrophication, which is a natural process in freshwater systems when too many nutrients, primarily nitrogen and phosphorus, are introduced into the water. The excess nutrients can cause an increase in algae and aquatic plant growth, leading to overconsumption of aquatic resources, which limits their availability for other species to thrive upon. They also increase organic matter accumulation, which eventually decomposes and further consumes oxygen from the water, perpetuating low dissolved oxygen levels in the water. These impacts are what's responsible for the many dead fish that we refer to as fish kills that we're increasingly seeing across the state, country, and globe. In addition to these frequent fish kill events, these adverse impacts can harm other aquatic organisms that need oxygen to survive. The death of these organisms contributes to organic matter decomposition, sediment accumulation, and reduced water depth and flow. This is the process of eutrophication, which triggers harmful algal blooms that are toxic to humans and can be lethal to our four-legged dog companions. All of this ultimately leads to our current conditions. Next slide. As you can see by the images on this slide, the conditions the provisions are going to address are significant and include food web disruption, drinking water contamination, and associated increased costs for treatment and its management. An increase in water body listed on the Clean Water Act's 303D list of impaired water bodies, and impaired aesthetics, ecosystem, light penetration, and recreational opportunities overall. The impact of nutrient overload in our waters are vast and are only getting worse as anthropogenic activity and climate change increase. Next slide, please. Goals we intend to achieve through implementing the provisions are to adopt statewide water quality objectives for nutrients to reduce discharge concentrations for nitrogen and phosphorus, to amend or establish a beneficial use to protect dogs and other domestic animals at risk of exposure from poisonous waters that have arisen from excess nutrients and eutrophication. To establish a control program to restore biological conditions in impaired waters. And lastly, to provide a program of implementation for applicable sectors and dischargers to make necessary corrections to meet the established water quality objectives. Next slide, please. The provisions will be applicable to inland surface waters. Specifically, as displayed on this slide, they will apply to wadable and non-wadable streams and rivers, lakes, and reservoirs. Next slide. The history of development for this project spans decades and is still a phase that we're currently in. It is controversial, complex, expensive, and will have many impacts across the state and regional water boards, as well as dischargers alike. In previous years of development, our teams have collaborated with experts and the state and regional water boards, as well as with wastewater dischargers, tribes, environmental organizations, other state agencies, and the public. Their input has helped us develop regulatory options that are feasible, effective, and considerate of all parties affected. But still, we have a long way to go. We are building from the foundation of decades of hard work put into this project, conducting research and interpreting new science as it comes available. At present, we are gearing up for events planned this fall where we will be hosting discussions with the regulators across California to dive deeper into subjects we have previously touched upon, while local communities, stakeholders, and interested parties can look forward to public workshops coming in 2024. I share all of this information under the umbrella of our open door policy, where we are always interested and available to meet with individual parties upon request. Our team prioritizes driving positive and effective outcomes and believes that your continued engagement throughout this project is crucial to its success. As the project unfolds, we plan to provide more public workshops to keep stakeholders and the public informed and engaged. Next slide, please. And before passing the mic on to Kat, we wanted to share a rough project timeline spanning the next couple of years. We plan to spend a large amount of time developing the water quality objectives and program of implementation and the provisions and writing the staff report as these components develop, and expect a draft staff report to be publicly available in 2024. Once the project is more developed, we will engage with Native American tribes more directly, as well as small environmental justice communities. We will be evaluating the potential impacts of the proposed project and reduce impacts identified to the extent feasible. And once the provisions are more targeted community outreach are complete and the staff report has been disseminated for public review, we would like to engage the public and stakeholders again to receive your input. The draft documents will then go through a public comment period where stakeholders and the public can provide written comments, and opportunities to verbally provide comments will be available when the project is presented to the board for adoption. After the board hearing, we will bring it to the State Water Board for adoption. So I'm sorry, on that last part, it would be a hearing first where they'll listen, we'll present the item, and the board will listen, and then we would move into the adoption. And then throughout the entirety of the project, we want to remain engaged with you all as we highly value your feedback. Please feel free to reach out to my team directly with any questions or recommendations you would like to share. And with that, I'll pass it on to Kat, who will be discussing our nutrient reduction efforts in our oceans. Kat?
Thank you, Joe. So my name is Kat Walsh, and I'm the Senior Environmental Scientist supervising the Ocean Standards Unit here at the State Water Resources Control Board. And I'll be transitioning us away from inland standards to share some information on the status of developing nutrient standards for ocean waters, also known as the ocean acidification and hypoxia standards. As you just heard, nutrients have detrimental effects on aquatic life and habitats, and this is true for both inland waters and ocean waters. The biostimulation, cyanotoxins, and biological conditions provisions for inland waters will also benefit marine life and habitat by reducing nutrient loading from rivers and streams to the ocean. However, we can do more to preserve coastal habitats and protect marine life by addressing the impacts of nutrient loads and direct discharges of waste from to the ocean. Research has demonstrated a connection between nutrients and waste discharges and increased algal productivity or algal blooms, which then leads to increased acidity and lowered oxygen levels or hypoxia when those blooms decompose. The increased acidity and decreased oxygen impact marine life and habitat, for example, by weakening or dissolving shells, as shown in the picture above, and impacting marine organisms' ability to breathe. Ocean acidification and hypoxia is also linked to climate change and poses a risk to marine ecosystems around the world. However, research indicates that coastal zones along the West Coast will face the earliest and most severe changes in ocean chemistry. Local stressors such as land-based human sources of nutrients can increase the frequency and magnitude of both ocean acidification and hypoxia and further compound these impacts to marine ecosystems. Next slide, please. As a result, the State Water Board is scoping an amendment to the Water Quality Control Plan for Ocean Waters of California, or the California Ocean Plan. The goal of the amendment is to establish water quality objectives and a program of implementation to protect marine organisms and habitat from ocean acidification and hypoxia by addressing human sources of nutrients and waste discharges, such as those from wastewater treatment plants. The State Water Board identified this as a high priority project in the 2019 Ocean Plan Review, where it ranked 5th out of 22 projects, and the State Water Board further solidified the priority of this project in its 2023 Strategic Work Plan. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to speak to our current efforts on this project. In scoping the amendment to the California Ocean Plan, the State Water Board has been working with the Ocean Protection Council and the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, or SWRCB, to better understand the relationship between ocean acidification and hypoxia and impacts to marine life, the sources of nutrients, and whether land-based anthropogenic sources of nutrients such as direct discharges from wastewater treatment plants are contributing to those impacts, and the parameters, thresholds, and management actions that may be appropriate for setting water quality objectives and a program of implementation to address those impacts of nutrient discharges, such as nitrogen reduction and wastewater recycling. For more information on the research and modeling conducted by SWRCB, please refer to the recording of SWRCB's March 21st presentation to the State Water Board via the link at the bottom of the slide. And as Karen previously mentioned, this link is also available in the notice for the workshop. Next slide, please. Additionally, State Water Board staff is evaluating the research and modeling findings to identify data gaps and needs for additional research and modeling scenarios, such as refining the parameters for modeling the effects of different nitrogen reduction scenarios and wastewater recycling conditions on the extent and magnitude of ocean acidification and hypoxia. State Water Board staff is also in the process of evaluating potential approaches for setting water quality objectives, including considering the appropriateness of technology-based standards versus water quality-based standards and the geographic extent for which those standards might be applied. Next slide, please. Moving forward, State Water Board staff will continue working with our partners to address those data gaps and information needs to ensure that the proposed water quality objectives and program of implementation are supported by science. This includes refining modeling scenarios and the independent peer review of the model. Once we have sufficient information to proceed with developing the amendment, we will follow a similar process to what Joe outlined for the development of the biostimulation, cyanotoxins, and biological conditions provisions. This will include conducting outreach and engagement with stakeholders, tribes, and disadvantaged communities to gather input on the regulatory options, their applicability, and feasibility. The input received through early outreach and engagement will help to inform the development of the proposed amendment, and we will continue to engage with stakeholders, tribes, and disadvantaged communities throughout the amendment process. Once developed, the proposed amendment will be submitted for peer review and then will be released for public comment, after which it may be revised based on feedback received before coming before the State Water Board for consideration of adoption. As with other statewide regulatory projects, we expect that this project will take several years to complete. This is in part because of our organization is committed to using quality science and information to inform our standards and regulations. And that concludes our presentation on the status of developing nutrient standards for inland and ocean waters. Thank you for your time, and we're available to answer any questions about these projects. And on this slide, you can find our contact information, as well as information on how to subscribe for email updates about these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe and Kat. We have a couple of questions. One was, can you repeat the 4 goals, which was responded to in the chat, so you can check that out. Are any studies being done on nutrient impact on groundwater sources?
Yeah, I'll jump in and answer that if you'd like me to, Karen, just a
Please.
bit.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Yeah, with our biostim, cyanotoxin, biological integrity provisions that Joe covered, it really is focused on surface waters. So we're looking at streams, rivers, lakes, and reservoirs. So within kind of that particular planning effort, it is surface water focused, but of course, there's always a connection with groundwater. And there are other projects within what the water boards are doing that's continuing to look at nitrate levels in groundwater, which Tom, I saw you pop up on. I don't know if you wanted to speak to that or.
Well, I just wanted to amplify that last point you made, that there is a lot, the water boards, the regions particularly, are giving a lot of attention to nitrate contaminated groundwater. I mean, there are drinking water sources affected, so there's a major effort going on there, but it's different than this. But by all means, we're paying a lot of attention to that.
Well, and I'll just say too that that's another issue that raises our concern about nutrients across the state, and it is definitely an impact. We didn't talk about it today. We're focused most on surface water, as Rebecca mentioned, but definitely we have an entire program under our Division of Drinking Water looking at impacts to groundwater from nutrients under the SAFER program, and addressing those problems as part of that program as well. And we're connected up with it.
Can I just add though, Karen, you mentioned though that we have the recycled water policy and the requirements for solid nutrient management plans, because we don't want to solve one problem by creating another by diverting nutrient loading from our surface waters to groundwaters in a consequential manner. So that's a major effort that we have going on in the state is evaluating the nutrient loading capacity of key groundwater aquifers as part of those salt and nutrient management plans.
Yeah, thank you. There's another question. Are there any programs that monitor biological conditions off the coast? And I guess the question is how far off the coast? I'm most familiar with the regional monitoring programs that are going on in the Southern California Bight. And so that is a large coordinated monitoring program that monitors biological conditions across the Bight every 5 years. Then there's the regional monitoring program in the Bay Area. Tom, can you speak to the biological conditions monitoring, if any, as part of the regional monitoring program in the Bay?
Well, that's a component of our program to an extent, in terms of certain types of biological conditions are part of our observation program, as well as we're also dependent on efforts by resource agencies that do fish surveys and do other aquatic life related abundance and diversity type work. So we do some, and as part of one of the challenges.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any other? OPC. Caitlin, did you have something to add to that question, or were you going to ask a question?
No, just to add, thank you.
Thank you.
Also, just want to flag, in addition to the regional monitoring programs, specifically down in the Southern California Bight that has done biological monitoring in past regional monitoring programs. In 2018, the Southern California Bight monitoring program, and now into the 2023 program. OPC has also funded extended monitoring throughout the West Coast. That's with a consortium of separate different partners that includes SWRCB along the Southern California Bight, the West Coast Ocean Alliance, Cal Coffee Cruises, as well as Access Cruises that have begun the summer of 2021. And so this is a relatively new effort to expand monitoring up the coast, not only limited to California, but this is part of the West Coast Ocean Alliance, as well as more discrete pilot projects and moorings that have taken place up in the North Coast, for example, near the Humboldt County coast, et cetera. So there are some more targeted pilot monitoring programs, as well as a larger network that is in the process of being developed.
Thanks, Caitlin. I'm going to stick with the people whose hands are up and come back to the chat in a second. So Jimmy Smith from the San Diego Regional Board, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for taking my question, and thank you guys for doing this workshop, because I think it's very timely. I heard a lot of confidence from both Karen and Kat that we are seeing a reduction to the habitable zone out there that is impacting biota. If the habitable zone is compressed, that's got to be impacting biota. And even this, the photos that Kat showed of the shell formation not happening. So I'm curious as to what's happening with the exploration of the use and application of existing water quality objectives for the ocean, in particular, the narrative objective that has been on the books for quite a while. Are we seeking to apply that, or is there, I don't know, a desire to get more information to support it and see how we use it? Just curious about what's going on with the narrative objective.
So I think Tom's presentation gives a great example of that, and would point to that as a one example. I don't know who else from the regional boards. Well, and you're from a regional board. How are you using the narrative objectives?
Well, that's why I'm curious. I think it's pretty straightforward in its application. In its understanding, but its application gets a little challenging, I think. Maybe Office of Enforcement needs to be on, and I know that's a big name to drop on a chat like this. But what do we do to take action sooner? I know there's a lot of exploration going on about what we can do to update and create new criteria, but we have something now that's on the books that I think is pretty strong. So maybe it's a regional question, and some of us down here in Southern California maybe need to apply it sooner while State Board continues to revise and develop new criteria. So
Well,
that's a
and
regional perspective.
thank you for that. And I'll just say that you are emphasizing the need for this workshop and the desire that we have to take some immediate action. And what, there's a wide range from regulatory to collaborative efforts and a combination of both that I think, again, Tom's presentation is a good example of. And then I'll also kind of run through some of the potential immediate actions that we can take now and tee it up for the discussion at the end of the presentation. So looking forward to that and hope that you'll pose some ideas.
All right, looking forward to it. Thanks, Karen.
Thanks. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go back to the chat question, seeing no other hands up at the moment. Jared, we'll get back to you in just a second. The question comes from Mike Falk. For goal 3, has there been a discussion regarding how to define restore? Specifically, what is the baseline? I'm going to give my quick regulatory answer, which is a date in, I believe, November of 1975 is our baseline for surface water protection under the Clean Water Act. But you point to a really sticky question that we've been wrestling with the nutrient criteria, as well as the biological objectives or biointegrity, use of bioassessment, basically to assess our waters. Baseline is a sticky question, and what can we achieve, and the feasibility of achieving restoration, and at what cost. So your relatively short question, I'm sure you knew, was a stickier one and a big one that we need to wrestle with. Did anyone else have anything they wanted to add, Rebecca or Tom? Okay. Moving on, any plans to implement objectives for ocean dischargers? It seems like this is only focused on inland dischargers. Absolutely not. This whole workshop is focused statewide, that both ocean and inland waters are of grave concern when it comes to nutrient impacts. I think my presentation and then what you heard from Joe and Kat also highlight the fact that inland waters and ocean waters are being impacted, and we need to address both. And then for groundwater and surface water sources, are microplastic levels being measured? I'm going to table that question because it's not related to the issue at hand, which is nutrients. I'll just say that there's a lot of effort going on with respect to microplastics that if you want to circle back with me or Rebecca after the workshop today, happy to point you to some information about what's going on with microplastics. Jimmy, thank you for noting the narrative objective in the chat. Everyone can take a look at that and be thinking about it for the discussion later. Jared Voskuhl, your hand is up. And you're on, there you go.
All right. Thank you. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I've appreciated the conversation so far, and I really like the overview too for both of these issues. My name is Jared Voskuhl. I serve as Manager of Regulatory Affairs for CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. We represent over 130 agencies along the coast and inland, and they provide wastewater collections, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery. And so as we're talking about nutrients today, I'm going to put in the chat a link to a US EPA nutrient management memo. And this encourages a watershed approach to this issue. And so we're really excited to have this dialogue today, because this feels like it's right in line with pursuing that watershed approach and having the Bay Area here to share about how they've done that with 37 agencies. And so we're really excited about this conversation. I felt it was important to note there were some presentations that were referenced by SWRCB from March that were provided to the State Water Board. And we delivered comments during that hearing. And I know for our members, with some of what was shared, we have questions, and I wanted to just, maybe note a couple of those at a high level, but it really priority wise, share that we are very supportive of the independent review that's being done. That's part of this ROM-spec model. And that process, will be getting underway in the next year and a half. And we're excited for the launch of it, and what it will do to, help us understand how this model is estimating and predicting impacts. But to that end, you're saying these are preliminary findings, and we just want to note for those here that haven't been really following all of this with the model, it's just a scientific model that's making predictions, and there's been so much great work going in to develop and refine it. And so, as that's been happening, there's been other work to, look at this model. And so the independent review will really explore the questions that have emerged. But the one that kind of causes our members, to really be in tune to this is the matter of causation. And the idea that, these nutrients that are discharged are resulting in these harmful algal blooms. And I think there's, at least a sense of, well, what is our contribution to the overall environment? In terms of, if it was a pie chart, what would be that contribution? And I've heard our members say, it's minuscule to the whole ocean conditions. And I've also heard, I think, from the presentations in March from SWRCB that essentially it was about 50% of the pie. And then there were other 50%, pathways leading into some of this. And I don't know what that is. And I'm glad an independent review panel can pick up that issue. But separate from that issue, there was also some work with Region 9, the Region 9 San Diego board, SWRCB, and members in Southern California. And there was some type of independent evaluation, and two technical issues came up with light attenuation and I think dilution and kind of mixing. And both of it pertain to a computer code for the model. And for those who aren't aware of this, I think there's about 90,000 lines of code that go into this model, 2,500 pages of text if you printed it out. And in the sections pertaining to those two items of light attenuation and dilution and mixing, there was something that was identified that could be considered and evaluated to see, does this make a difference and what can we do to fix it? And I think that's happening. But we're talking about preliminary findings that, don't have that analysis in there. So I think it's important for, me to communicate that on behalf of our members. And then also note that there's a lot of other great work that SWRCB's doing. But the work that this preliminary findings on, it hasn't actually been compared to monitoring data. Again, it's just predictive. So there's monitoring data and there's that kind of validation that's happening right now, but we don't have that. And so we think that's important to see how that lands. And then there's also the issue of the 220 billion gallons of raw sewage that get discharged from the border. That's not because of California treatment facilities. And SWRCB's doing great work to also analyze that and then include that in the model. But it essentially will take more model runs and more analysis and more findings for us to really get calibrated and honed in on that watershed approach and what can the agencies be doing to change it. And the really good news, which I wanted to make sure we emphasized in the hearing in March, is that a very large proportion of the volume discharged by our members along the coast, maybe in the 50 to 75% range, is already in action to be recycled. And so I think that's a very positive thing to note, that there's a lot already in step. And so insofar as, we really support the water board here in evaluating the feasibility of nutrient reduction in wastewater discharges statewide and encouraging facilities to plan for this. And as they're doing these projects and all these various stages, we think it's a good thing to look at that aspect of nutrient reduction. And so we're excited to hear about the presentations today that will share about that, what it looks like, the cost, the energy, and we hope the funding piece of it with the State Water Board. We also want to work with you all on that. So I'll conclude there. And again, thank you everyone for their time and the discourse and the participation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jared. And you teed up Tom's presentation really well with reference to the watershed approach. And so I'm going to move to that next presentation. I do want to note that there is a question about some details about model validation and comparison a question in the chat. We're not prepared to talk about the details of the model validation today, but would encourage those of you interested to stay apprised of that work that's happening. It's starting next month with the steering committee to assemble a science panel that'll look at those questions in more detail. So with that, I'm going to share my screen again and tee it up for Tom Mumley's presentation from the San Francisco Bay Regional Board. Sorry, I do have it here. I promise. Here it comes. There it is. All right. Tom, take it away.
Well, thank you, Karen. And a number of the questions and relate kind of created a segue I was thinking about for my presentation to tell you all what we have been up to and are doing here in the Bay Area, focusing in on the San Francisco Bay estuary. So it's a tweener between the ocean and freshwater areas, but the significant nutrient issues that we're working on. So let's go to the next slide, please. So this is sort of says a lot all by itself. San Francisco Bay is very nutrient rich and compared worldwide. We're in the upper 90th percentile. We've known this for a long time, and I'll note in a bit, but fortunately the Bay historically has significant resilience in similar capacity for nutrients for various reasons, which I'll briefly explain soon. But at one point it did have some significant problems. That was back into leading up in historical years, 50s, 60s, until we started building wastewater treatment plants. The Bay stunk. There were dead zones of low DO, and there were frequent blooms because we had only partially treated wastewater going into the Bay in several areas. Once the Bay Area dischargers put in at least secondary treatment, a lot of that problem went away. And until recently, and even recently being 10 plus years, we've had limited cause to be concerned about nutrients. We now have, and I'll explain how we're approaching it. The next, please. Just to recap here of the primer on nutrients. One of the challenges with nutrients is that they're good, but too much of a good thing isn't so good as it is for our human health. We need nutrients, but we eat too much. There are consequences, the health consequences. Same things happens to our ecosystems. Next, just as been known before, too much nutrients can result in low dissolved oxygen, harmful algal blooms, or just annoying blooms, as well as there's creation of algal toxins. Next, and just restate the fact that the type of terms that are used relative to too much nutrients, eutrophication, explained by Joe from a freshwater perspective, but still very relevant to estuaries. In fact, many estuaries around the world are eutrophic with nutrient levels lower than what we see in San Francisco Bay, and the concept of hypoxia kind of relates with eutrophication, is that there are unfortunately times where you can experience significant dead zones. Next, please. So, but I've said San Francisco Bay has been resilient to nutrients. Three main reasons. One is it's highly turbid, so there's limited ability for light penetration to advance growth of phytoplankton and algal species. It also has a lot of tidal force, strong tidal mixing every day, twice a day, if you will, and actually we actually get a lot of winds that stir up sediment, keep it turbid, and also create mixing. And the third reason is that we have historically had a lot of filter feeding clams and benthos-based food web that consumes a lot of biomatter to keep things tempered, if you will. And some of the clams can consume a lot of biomaterial over the course of a day. However, we have this resilience, but there's indications that resilience is waning, and there's very subtle observations. That next slide, please. Here's one of them. We have the benefit of researchers from USGS have been studying the Bay for decades. One in particular, Jim Klearn, recently retired, but he had been owner or leading a team from USGS doing essentially at least monthly cruises of the Bay for decades and measuring various parameters, including chlorophyll A, which is an indicator of algal concentration biomatter. And as you can note here, that beginning in the 2000s, they started observing increase in chlorophyll A, just from a bay-wide perspective. So that's a change that gave him cause to say, what's going on here? The Bay may be losing its resilience. There's other observations by USGS showing over time less suspended sediment in the Bay, in part finally experiencing the results of damming of watersheds in the greater Bay watershed, which, as many of you may know, it drains 40% of California. So we have reasons to be concerned, begin to be concerned about the Bay losing its nutrient resilience. Next. So we started our efforts about 2010, and knowing this waning was becoming an issue, as well as other drivers, one of which relates to this dialogue that there was a call to action from US EPA going back into the early, I don't know how far back it started, frankly, I've lost track, but about calling on states to develop updated nutrient water quality standards. And nutrients are an issue throughout the nation, as I think most everybody knows. And we in California have had some effort going on, I'm aware of, for 20, 25 years. Yeah. So, but we had cause for consideration. Do we need to establish new water quality standards / objectives? What is the Bay losing its resilience? If so, what can we do about it? So we established this strategy published in 2012, which is sort of the beginning of this now 12-year effort. We did, you see the question there, new water quality objectives, question mark. I'll elaborate that briefly here, because we have, as Jimmy Smith pointed out, we have narrative objectives that are relevant. We actually have, objectives that apply to levels of dissolved oxygen. We actually have objectives for one form of nutrients, that's unionized ammonia, and it relates to the acute toxicity level of unionized ammonia, which has been a basis for limits in wastewater permits for years. But we asked the question, do we need to establish new water quality objectives? We haven't done it to date, and I'll say if it was easy, we'd have done it already. But it isn't easy for lots of reasons. In part, as I already pointed out, there's not like a one-size-fits-all number, considering all the other factors that relate to a water body's need for nutrients. It's their ability to assimilate them, but how do they mitigate when times when they have too much? Where does it happen? Where, when, and how? And it's not an easy dial to turn. So I'll just tell you that we have been making a lot of progress just using our narrative objective, and near the end, I'll explain how that will be playing out in permitting. A key to our program is we're not going to wait to establish water quality objectives to then decide how can we manage the system. We're focusing on what can we do to manage the system to either to prevent or otherwise correct nutrient related impacts. And key to all this is a robust science program. And I'll explain a little bit about that now. Next, please. So the science program is driven by two key management questions, not unlike what Karen was stating about the ocean. One of which is this general question: do nutrient loads result in adverse impacts now or in the future? And related to that, what can we do about it to either prevent or mitigate those current or potential or future impacts. So that drives our science program. Next, our science program has 5 focus areas, 4 of them shown here, and I'll explain a little bit more in the next slide about these, but upper left quadrant where we're evaluating loads and the fate of those loads within the system. Upper right is getting understanding of phytoplankton production and where and when and why we find areas or may find areas of dissolved oxygen depression. And a key challenge, and it's a very complicated challenge, is understanding the potential for harmful algal blooms and then production of algal toxins. And lower right shows that we're not just focusing on the bay. We realize the discharges out of the bay through the Golden Gate can impact the coastal environment. And I'll explain a little bit about. But I'm not going to go into detail there. Just want to make sure you know that we're thinking about the ocean as well as the bay. Next, please. I'm just going to you see again the lower right, those 5 focus areas. The 4 areas I explained, plus the 5th is considering those other 4 areas within future scenarios, whether it be evaluation of future load increases, load reductions, climate change. It doesn't take much imagination to think through what type of scenarios could affect the health of the bay and its resilience or lack of resilience to nutrients. So those are what we're thinking about. Upper right just shows you the main components of our science plan. There's a monitoring and a condition assessment system. We're investing substantially in numerical modeling. And in association with monitoring and modeling, we're conducting special studies both to inform the design of the monitoring program and the development of our condition assessment framework, as well as informing the construct and the validity of our modeling effort, and a lot of emphasis on analysis and synthesis of work as well. Next. Just a quick explaining some of this. So for the obvious, for the nutrient loads and transformations, we're evaluating sources, transport of nutrient loads from the sources throughout the system, and particularly focusing in on what's going on within the various embayments in terms of cycling and the ultimate fate of nutrients. Next. Okay, next, then a key part of our program is evaluating ecosystem response to nutrients, and see if I could say this in a simple way. First, we're looking at, are there adverse or potential adverse impacts observed in the system? So there we're actually looking at how the system is responding in its condition, and that could end up being observations of depressed DO, increased presence of algae and algae blooms. So are we seeing, or might we see impacts? That's one thing, but then 2, which is another challenge, is to what extent are nutrients causing or contributing to those impacts? And that's sort of the heart and soul of what we're focusing on. And then to the extent that nutrients are or may be causing impact, what are the protective levels? And that's that challenge that I mentioned before. It's not a simple dial to turn. Here it is, but we are trying to look at what levels would be protective relative to what level of risk, what probability of that risk being experienced in a complex environment like San Francisco Bay Estuary. Next, and in conjunction with our consideration of protection of nutrient loads, we are putting parallel effort into what are the management options that are available that will allow us informing the relative options for protective levels, and with relative costs for the range of levels that we could consider as we embrace risk and probability of adverse or potential adverse impacts. Okay, this is the sort of simple framework of our science program. There's a lot going on in these elements, and perhaps as far as future dialogues, we can discuss them, but we'll move on for now. Next. just I want to give you a quick overview of like our observation program. So what I'm showing here is actually these stations shown here in white squares are the stations that are continue the work that USGS Jim Clarn's science program conducted. We actually helped pay for that in part through the years as part of our San Francisco Bay regional monitoring program, but substantial funding from USGS was contributed through the years. Those funds, as many of you may know, USGS has been challenged with funding in recent years. So and some of the key scientists like Jim Clarn retire, some of those wonderful programs, very valuable programs, are sunsetting. So one of our challenges, and actually this was another fundamental driver for developing our science program as part of our nutrient management strategy, was Jim Clarn approaching me in that time frame of 2010, 2012, about noting that he's going to be retiring in the not too distant future, and he's very concerned about his program waning, and what can we do in the San Francisco Bay region to sustain his effort. Well, I can say we are sustaining this effort, and we do maintain these stations in conjunction, in a partnership with USGS. They can keep doing it. We've just increased our funding of them. So these are at least monthly cruises through the backbone of the bay. Next. And on top of that, we've been deploying fixed station moorings where we can do real-time monitoring in getting into the more shallow areas where we haven't been monitoring and observing much through the years, at least for nutrients. And a lot of the action relative to nutrients obviously goes on in the shallows, whereas there's a lot of the productivity of the bay occurs in the shallows. And they think of a question that Jimmy posed in the chat. Are we seeing more haves, or is it because there are more haves are happening, or is there just better reporting? And I can tell you, as an outgrowth of our observations in the shallows, we're getting more informed about that blooms occur in the bay, but usually short-lived with little spatial impact, save something that happened last summer. So this is a key part of our program are these moored stations. You notice up there, if you look in the the top of the map in Sassoon Bay in the Delta, there are ongoing moored station monitoring managed by USGS and others as part of the interagency ecological program. And we are in the cups now of advancing our moored stations more further north into the northern part of South Bay and into Central Bay. Next. And then this is another key element of our monitoring program, is that what we're calling water quality mapping. These are actually ship-based monitoring, where we're actually doing north, south, east, west transects. When you focus looking here on the South Bay, each of those colored lines was a cruise where we're getting out there into the bay at least 6 times a year on average. We're monitoring nutrients and other related parameters to get a more robust understanding of the presence of nutrients and other monitoring parameters. And so it's this combination of deep water cruises of the bay, this more focused attention on the transition between deep water and the shallows, as well as the moored stations, are foundation of our observation program. One of our challenges as far as our nutrient science program is determine what is the necessary and sustainable and affordable observation program, because this all adds up to substantial funding. Next, please. And not only funding for the monitoring and observation program, but funding for our modeling effort. What I'm just showing you here is just the framework of our model, where the foundation of it is a sort of established, well established and validated 3D hydrodynamic model, DELP3, for those of you who know some of the buzzwords, developed by Del Terrace, it's actually from the Netherlands, but US, well, that's our foundation, and what we're building upon that are modules associated with nutrient-related biogeochemistry. We're now showing here that we have like 4 platforms within this nested model, with the core full bay model in the middle. Those green, the yellow, excuse me, green, the blue circles are watershed inputs, basically a tributary or urban runoff points. The red triangles are wastewater inputs. And but we do want to know our model extends into the delta. And by the way, we coordinate our work with the Central Valley Board, because who has its own nutrient management strategy for the delta. So we interrelate, because we share the same overall watershed, and there's overlaps of our area of attention. There's a box down the lower South Bay, because that's the most enriched part of San Francisco Bay, and in some of the sloughs experience low depressed DO events that we're focusing attention on, and better also want to understand the potential impact of the restoration of the large area of salt ponds that are over time now are being restored back to being part of the bay, and can have a significant impact on how the bay manages nutrients in association with aquatic life. And I just want to note, we are paying close attention to the coastal side by making sure our model can communicate with and inform any coastal modeling efforts. Okay, next. Now I'm going to transition now to focusing attention, as this is my segue, to focus attention on wastewater. What's illustrated here is that our knowledge of nutrient loading to the bay results in us pointing the finger on wastewater. There, as you note here, overall 65% of the load comes from wastewater. And if you focus just on the South Bay from the Bay Bridge South, it's going to be more like 80, you'd say 85%, because it's a simple arithmetic. But wastewater, the dominant source, that's not so good news. The much better news is that we here in the Bay Area have a long-standing science collaboration partnership with the wastewater community. And when they see these results, when we see the results, they realize they got to step up. And if there's going to be any regulatory action, which likely will have consequences for them, they want to make sure it's well founded. So it didn't take much to get their attention and to get to engage with us in a partnership. It is a fundamental part of our nutrient management strategy, is partnership. So they are a key member of our nutrient management strategy, as well as multiple other parties, both the urban runoff folks, we have ag folks, we have the resource agencies and other stakeholders all actively participating in the governance of our nutrient management strategy, which is overseen by a steering committee with broad membership. Next, please. So I'm going to and now this illustrates just the distribution of loading amongst the various wastewater discharges, municipal wastewater discharges to the bay, and it's coming from a number of them. Although you can see the smaller discharges noted in the green are barely faint. Their loadings are relatively low compared to the big ones. Literally, the biggest ones are East Bay Mud, San Francisco Public Utility Commission. That's what PUC means, and that's the part of San Francisco that discharges to the bay. San Francisco also has an ocean discharge. EBDA is the East Bay Discharges Authority. That's one outfall for which 4 treatment plants discharge, plus 2 others inlands that discharge during the winter. Also a map later that illustrates that. I want to note here, you see San Jose, it's like number 4 on the list, but San Jose service area has the highest population. So on a So per capita basis, you can say they're one of the best performers because they have population. Their population is greater than any of the services, the areas servicing the three to the left. But you can see their loading is like 50% of the others. Combination of reasons for that. One is not for nutrients, but for other reasons. They've implemented advanced secondary plus treatment for quite some time. And then they've focused a lot of attention on optimizing their treatment works, and more recently optimizing it in terms of nutrient reduction. And look what you see what you can get. Next slide, please. So I just emphasizing that we have to, our approach has to address loadings from multiple discharges. So we fortunately have a platform exist already where we're evaluating the bay wide and bay segments through our regional monitoring program. And you can see here this is now over 30 years old, and we're now operating at about a $40 million a year budget. This shows the relative distribution of who funds the regional monitoring program. It's all regulated entities, and nearly 50% comes from the municipal wastewater community. And of that 4 million, just as I put some context, we're applying about 500,000, $500,000 to nutrient-related monitoring. I can tell you without hesitation, that ain't enough. And when the program, the cost of the program I described just now previously about monitoring and modeling and other work is more on the order of $3 million a year. So where is that other money coming from? I'll explain that shortly here. Next slide, please. So I'm going now into the regulatory mode. So I segued from the municipalities partnering with us. And one of the things we came to terms with is we rather than being reactive, we want to be proactive in terms of nutrient management and regulatory actions. And we entered essentially through our partnership, we usually came to an agreement with all the Bay Area wastewater discharges to agree to one permit. We call it the nutrient watershed permit that covers all of the discharges, nutrients from all the discharges. And it's first issued in 2014. And the four key elements of that permit are showed here. One is obvious that they all are monitoring their effluent to enable us to best have good understanding of variability and potentially factors that affect variability. We agreed at the onset, we did consider, but we agreed to not include effluent limits. We had considered the possibility based on the precautionary principle, if you will, or even perhaps anti-degradation to consider load caps. But municipalities said, hey, if you don't give us, you don't need to give us limits to get us to take action. We're willing to study and consider early implementation of nutrient reduction options. And we also want to make sure if you're going to establish limits, we want to make sure there's a solid scientific basis for that. So they agreed to commit nearly $900,000 a year in addition to what they contribute to the regional monitoring program. So that was essentially, in essence, we used the watershed permit as a way of endorsing our partnership. Next. So I want to just focus here on, that's good. Just point out the nutrient reduction. This wasn't just a self-determined exercise. Part of that commitment was they were going to be willing to allow an independent analysis of their nutrient load reduction options. And I just point this out here because Mike Fox during his presentation is going to read this to you. That's not to be too funny, but it is a substantial effort. That's why I want to show this picture. Next, please. And Mike will explain. Next, please. We'll explain this chart, but I just want to show you what to the right, you'll see the various plants that were evaluated, and the concentric circles have to do with the level of treatment. The innermost is optimization. The farther outer concentric circle is level 3. The categories optimize of load reduction, optimize current systems, consider what's called side stream. Mike will explain that, where you're going to treat internal waste streams, or 2 levels of upgrade, one level 2 versus level 3. Level 1 is status quo, which is nominally would result in nitrogen loading of about 30 milligrams per liter. What you can see here, to get to 60% and above comes at a tremendous cost. We expected that, but it just validates what's to be expected on the order of $10+ billion. I'm going to say 10 plus because these are in 2018 dollars, and the figure that we toss around now is 14 billion if everybody were to upgrade. Over to the map on the right, I want to just point out EBDA consists of San Leandro, OL is Ora Loma Sanitation District, Hayward and Union Sand, and then inland you'll see Livermore and Dublin San Ramon Sanitation Districts. Those are over in the Livermore Valley. They actually essentially recycle all their water during dry season, and they only discharge by pumping up and over the hills and out the outfall with those other folks. I want to just keep your eye on OLSD or Loma, because I'll call attention to them shortly. But Mike will illustrate this well in his presentation. Next, please. Now, actually, I can do it from here. So given that if we're going to be investing $10 billion in public resources to nutrient load reductions, we want to make sure we're getting it right. We want to make sure we're not missing out on other things that we would as part of that investment. So we want to make sure we have multi-benefits in consideration. We're also well aware that enhanced treatment comes with enhanced energy consumption and enhanced greenhouse gases. And I don't think we want to advertise that increasing nitric oxide is a good thing, because we want people to laugh around our wastewater plants. But that's a serious issue, because we're all aware of our greenhouse gas reduction emissions. But we want to make sure we get optimal multi-benefit and minimal adverse impact as we try to remedy one problem without creating another. So in 2019, we made progress in the first permit, particularly in evaluating more conventional nutrient load reductions, but we decided we got to go into the next phase of what are our alternatives. So next, please. Just shows what we did in the second permit is continue, of course, monitoring of effluent. And noteworthy at the bottom is we realized after the first 5 years, we wanted more science, because if we're going to invest that much resources in load reduction, we really want to get it right. So the municipalities were willing to increase their contributions. That's a factor of 2.5. So over $2.2 million year on average. Mind you, on top of the $500,000 from the regional monitoring programs, that's an addition to the regional monitoring program. That's nominally our $3 million a year nutrient medical strategy science program funding. We've been able to cobble together or leverage that to get some other funding as well. But in the middle, next, please. Just there, so you notice. Well, no, back. Is that we did do a transition though. We again considered it's a time to put in load caps in the second permit. We basically agreed, because of commitments by the municipalities, to proceed with planning and implementing actions, as well as evaluating additional actions to make sure we know what we're doing. We agreed to not impose effluent limits, but we established a baseline of loading from which we would account for any early actions that result in load reductions. And we also included in that permit what we call load targets that were essentially the baseline loads plus some buffer that would potentially be one option that we would consider as a load cap in a future permit. But that was all to inspire and further planning and early action, and make sure that we didn't want to create a disincentive for early action, so we established that baseline. Very important here. Keep that in mind. Next, please. So this is complicated. Mike Falk is going to explain all this to you, but in a nutshell, what we're showing here, the left axis is amount of recycled water, right axis is nutrient load diverted, either in the form of ammonia or total inorganic nitrogen. That's what TIN stands for. The bars relate to the various degree of confidence that a recycled water is happening in terms of it's happening, it's planned, it's budgeted, or it's conceptual. but there's a potential to double the amount of or more of the amount of recycled water, wastewater recycled in the Bay Area. If this plays out, what I want to note now is that you notice that the load reduction flattens out as the bars grow, and that has to do with the fate of nutrients associated with recycled water for potable use, because those are the types that go through advanced treatment, and you create a concentrate where all the nutrient is. And where does that concentrate go? This load reduction is assuming it may end up back in the bay, but that's another story, and Mike will talk about that a bit. What I will emphasize is one option for managing that concentrate is through a nature-based solution. So next slide, please. This illustrates what we're looking at as far as nature-based solutions. On the right here are examples of one type that we're looking at. Upper part of the right is what was called the horizontal levee. And if you look closely at the top left of that illustration, you'll see levee. That's your conventional levee. The horizontal levee is, rather than that just vertical structure, you have a gradient from the water to your upland area that is managed habitat and allows for habitat transition. And this is a key part of what we're looking at the Bay in terms of sea level rise, resilience, and adaptation. And one aspect of creating more such habitat systems requires water, and wastewater is potentially an available use. So this is actually a win-win in terms of it's available use of water for recycling, alternative recycling, and it does result in load reductions, not only of nutrients, but we're looking very good at removing emerging contaminants and other contaminants, more conventional contaminants. And also we're learning that where those contaminants drop out, and ideally they drop out in the upper parts of the horizontal levee where maintenance can be focused. The lower picture is from the pilot project that's at the Oraloma Treatment Works. It's now been in place for quite some time. You can see how well established the vegetation is. So essentially a living laboratory available to test various waste streams in an established horizontal levee. And we're currently doing experiments with the Santa Clara Valley Water District treatment of reverse osmosis concentrate from one of their existing advanced purification plants in the system, and it's looking very promising in terms of reducing nutrients, reducing many other contaminants of concern, as I talked about. One benefit of thinking about it with concentrate versus regular wastewater is the area you need to treat wastewater through nature-based solutions. It's a lot less area would be needed for the concentrate than for a regular stream. Over here on the left just shows you our working analysis of where there may be opportunity for nature-based solutions where you need to have the land area nearby the wastewater plants. So you see in the middle there, East Bay Mud and San Francisco are in orange low because there's really no available lands, where the greens are where the most lands are available. Yellow show promise as well. So we're evaluating every one of these right now in terms of what could potentially be done. There are actually some actual projects being planned by some of our municipalities, which we can discuss at some other time, but not today. Next, please. So I'm going to just finish up now with where are we now? So the 2024 is when we're planning reissuance of the nutrient watershed permit. That's just a year away. Like I say, pre-bloom, our dialogue was sort of illustrated here that we were now going to, with the third permit, impose a load cap. We were looking at it as a shared load bay-wide with result in trading. It would be a bay-based approach, not a permit by permit approach, although each entity would have a prescribed share of the cap. If the cap was exceeded, then we would focus in on who didn't do their fair share. So it was the beginning of a trading framework, but we expected that there would be implementation actions driven by a cap, because you would have to offset loads associated with population growth, et cetera. what we also would mandate that you have to continue the plan, because that cap would only prevail to the extent that our science program didn't determine that we have adverse impacts that needed to be remedied now, or we have future impacts that we had to keep from happening. So we are telling the municipalities, you have to be prepared to act. Don't get too comfortable, because there's still a lot we need to learn about nutrients and the potential adverse impacts. And we are still discussing what I mentioned this before, what is the affordable but necessary, sustainable assessment framework and monitoring program. That was pre-boom, but last summer, bam, next slide, please. We had a significant bloom in not this was I'm showing the focus here in the South Bay, but it's extended up into some of the North Bay segments. So this is an illustration of we're using remote satellite imagery from this is from a European entity that we've currently been using, and what you can see here are day-based observations. The bloom started at the end of July, upper left. This started in the vicinity of Lake Merritt and what we call the ocean estuary, and it's that faint green yellow to the upper left of the 8th of August 4th. And you can see over time how it spread out of the estuary and then out into the bay proper. And by the second into the third week, it pretty much took over the whole South Bay. The gradient shows, like, as you go from green to yellow to orange to red, it's higher levels of observed chlorophyll A. So this just illustrates how widespread this was and why, as a result of this, we ended up with significant fish kills. Eventually, all the fish in Lake Merritt died, which one thing surprising, we're talking about thousands of kilograms of fish collected. It was huge. One could say, who knew there were that many fish? That's back to relates to nutrients generate a lot of aquatic life, but too much nutrients created clearly a dead zone in all of Lake Merritt, and everything in there died. As you note here, as you look through this progression, I'm assuming you all follow the logic here as you go left to right and down over time. You can see as quickly as it formed, it quickly dissipated at the end of August. That is our follow-up work. That actually coincides with sort of basically the HAB consumed all of the available nitrogen. There's a lot of nitrogen available, obviously from was already there, plus the daily loading. But that's going to show us that nutrients weren't the cause of the HAB, but they are the fuel to cause it to expand and sustain itself. We're still looking at it's hard to determine what sparks a HAB. But we're putting everything we can, all our thinking caps on to figure out what we've learned from this HAB. We do know that during this period of time in August, there were some unique weather conditions. Normally in the summer in San Francisco, we get fog and afternoon winds throughout summer days. This was a unique August in that we had much more sun and less wind, which obviously had an impact. And we also have the advantage of not only do we have this type of imagery, we deploy those what we call water quality mapping cruises, and we're doing weekly cruises throughout this time period to gather evidence, information on the bay during this period. And as a result of that, we were able to also find that the fish kills that were observed happened before we observed significant depression of dissolved oxygen, which indicates that part of the problem was an algal toxin created by this particular species. So this clearly was a game changer. Now, we're no longer talking about what's the probability that nutrients could be problematic in terms of adverse conditions in the bay. We saw it. So next slide, please. So yeah, this is where we're the last lap here. So our discussions now for the next permit is no longer load cap. It's now load reduction. And the key question that's out there is how much by when? And there's two parts of that answer to that question. What can be done in terms of load reduction by how much by when? And what can our science program tell us in terms of how much by when is needed to minimize the probability of the risk of future blooms and other impacts. So that's front and center part of our dialogue. So next slide, please. But this is showing what I'm showing here, though, is illustrating the proactive, collaborative nature that of our Bay Area community. This is showing what's the work in progress. This is not the end. This is the beginning of considerations of what the PODWs are doing, are planning on doing, or considering. So the pie chart, the difference between these pie charts just has to do a lot of like the certainty of the commitment and load reductions. But you can see what's presented here is that if these were to happen, and I say more is under consideration, it would result in approximately 50% reduction from baseline. And I mean, that, I can say some preliminary back of the envelope calculations indicate that could have had an impact on the fate of the bloom, as there would be if we had 50% less nutrients in the system. Obviously, there'd be less fuel for that hab. Note that some of these are listed as, let me see if I get this, beyond 2029. Those reasons for those are projects that are being planned, but they may be recycled water projects or nature-based solution projects, but they're going to take a while before they're designed, built, and implemented. So we're looking at things that, if you look at this, we're going to be optimizing the amount of load reduction commitments that we can realize in the short term, but also realize certain types of treatment upgrades and other multi-benefit type solutions are going to take a while. But this is our working framework, is building off of what the municipalities can do in conjunction with our science program, helping informing the relative benefits of various load reductions. So I have a conclusionary slide next to show we knew that San Francisco Bay was nutrient rich and its resilience was waning, and our program to date has validated that is real. We need to manage nutrient loading to the bay. We've established a very strong scientific basis to inform management actions now. I should have said earlier, we recently convened in a modeling advisory group where we brought in external modeling experts to review our modeling platform, and we got great grades. They said they're impressed of the speed of our development of the model, and said, hey, it started to merit improvements, and they've given us constructive feedback for improvements. But they also said we can use the model now to begin considerations of various actions, and then of course adaptively improve based on things. So that was expected, but it's good to be able to have that foundation to sort of keep the spirit of our collaboration together. We frankly have a lot of trust amongst the regulators and the regulated communities and other parties, other stakeholders here in the region allow us to take this approach. So the last slide is like the last piece here is just this game change from the have. And I said, I'm just repeating myself now that we're putting a lot of effort now in evaluating load reduction scenarios, both from using our model and observation platform to show what difference will load reductions make based on the science, in conjunction with the Bay Area Clean Water agencies. Those are all the PODWs commitments to do load reduction. And that's where we're at. Thank you. Karen?
I was just talking away. I'm listening. I think you guys can see me. Yeah, sorry. My apologies. I was just saying that. Thank you, Tom. We're going to go through the questions in the chat. I'm trying to remember where we are. If maybe staff could help me where we landed, where I need to start. We'll go through those questions, take a short break, maybe 10 minutes, and resume after the break with Mike's presentation. So a lot of detailed questions. Okay, so here's Jared's nutrient policy from EPA. So I think that's where we start. So the first question is from Noah Fisheries. Is secondary treatment without additional nutrient removal practices, such as membrane bioreactors, still considered best technology, economically achievable, or best practicable conventional control technology? And could updating that classification be done at the state level? Would that be considered a way of addressing the narrative objectives? I'll just say that is an excellent question, and one that we're bantering around is, could we establish technology-based effluent limitations for nutrients that would be based on, of course, best available technology? Good question about whether the state can do that versus whether we can rely on EPA, who is typically the entity that does establish those technology-based effluent limits. Something definitely on the table for consideration as we're moving forward with our standards development.
Yeah, Karen, I'll just add, I know that there's been national dialogue. I know there's parts of EPA that would like to update the secondary treatment standards to include nutrients, but that's a politically complicated, if you will, effort. So, but right, it is really, yeah, that is something that we need to consider, balancing what is affordable from a technology perspective with water quality needs, and we would all benefit from being able to answer this question. So.
I think there's a comment here from Joe D that in 2007 NRDC petitioned EPA to establish national secondary treatment standards for POTWs to control nutrients. In 2012, EPA rejected that petition. I am unaware of such classifications at the state level. So thank you for that additional note. I think this next question, Tom, is regarding a slide in your presentation. Why are the water quality moorings different colors?
Yeah, I mentioned that, but probably said it fast. Those that were red in focus on the South Bay are the ones that we deployed as part of our nutrient science program. The ones that are like orange or like brown in the North Bay were existing mooring stations that are operated by USGS or possibly Department of Water Resource. Off the top of my head, I don't know. That's the distinction. The North Bay ones are associated with basically an outgrowth of monitoring in the Delta reaching into the Bay by those agencies. So that's a simple answer.
Thanks, Tom. Then there's a continued dialogue around the technology-based effluent limits and whether the state can actually establish those, noting that the wait for numeric standard development is technically difficult and contentious. And so I'll just say, I agree. I don't have an additional answer that to offer, but thanks for the great dialogue. Is the nutrient watershed permit issued under state law, or do you consider the NPDES consider it an NPDES general permit?
The answer is neither. No, because it is an NPDES permit, but it's not. I'm just working with our jargon. General permits don't specify the entities, so they're available for entities to get coverage under. This is it's an individual permit issued to a group, so it's sort of if you will, it's a group NPDES permit, but it is an NPDES permit. So I'm nitpicking away terminology, but this is all the parties still have their individual NPDES permits for for all the requirements. This is on top of that, and it only applies to nutrients. We actually, we have another similar one. We have a watershed permit issued to all the wastewater folks, including the other one includes industrial wastewater to the bay for mercury and PCBs as part of implementing waste allocations from those TMDLs. So that's a similar approach.
Gotcha.
So you can issue one permit to multiple entities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is MPDS.
Thank you. And we have just another note indicating the bloom of last summer indicated the narrative standard is not being met in the San Francisco Bay. And I think it's good leverage for the regional board to issue more stringent requirements in a permit such as what you're issuing, Tom.
Karen, I got to briefly riff off that because I didn't say it in my speech when I was presenting. But our consideration of effluent limits in the forthcoming watershed permit that we're planning to issue if we do it on time by this time next year, we're going to establish water quality based effluent limitations based on interpretation of our narrative.
Gotcha.
Water quality objectives. We don't need to establish a new water quality objectives. We're going to use our science program to inform what would be water quality based load reductions to prevent future violations of our narrative. Gotcha. So that shows you the ability kind of where you can work within the current framework. Mm-hmm. And it's different though, and I'll just speak to this because I think it was implied by some of the questions in the previous dialogue. If you have to force something to happen, then it changes the dialogue. And if we have to force it by development of a numeric objective, that comes with a lot of challenge. But if we have sufficient willingness to work together, we can use the narrative framework, not having to go through the heavy lift to actually do a standards action, but we can do it through a permit. And I think I'm going to say at some point we're going to go back. We're going to consider some form of standard actions based on as we learn, and at some point it'll be the right thing to do. But we determine we don't have to force actions through a standard action as the current environment sustains itself. We may actually have to do a standards actions or perhaps even a TMDL in order to afford a compliance schedule, because we're going to operate within existing constraints on what type of time can be allowed for compliance with the water quality based effluent limitations, starting with the concept that a new interpretation of a narrative objective within the context of the state's compliance schedule policy would allow up to 10 years. But you can't go beyond 10 years unless you have a TMDL or some other viable policy basis.
So you mentioned TMDL, Tom. The next question was clarifying whether the bay is actually listed as impaired for nutrients.
It is not.
Okay. Will it be after last year's bloom?
Well, that's such a challenging question. Is one bloom sufficient to say there's impairment? One could argue, yes, but if it never what we don't know is what is the return frequency, et cetera. I mean, this has a lot to do with how we do flood risk management. What are the potential return frequencies? Complicated now because of climate change and rainfall stuff. Mm-hmm. But it's not listed, but it doesn't matter. We're approaching it as if the bay, we need to reduce loadings to the bay, and we want to get it right. Yeah. And so whether or not it's listed is it's just mostly a regulatory issue, and leave it at that, right?
Yeah, thanks. So another question for you, Tom. Has the regional board considered oyster and shellfish bed restoration as a potential BMP for reducing nutrients in the context of nature-based solutions?
Yes.
Okay.
That's part of our consideration.
Same with constructed wetlands?
Yes.
Yeah, I think your example was
is a form of constructed wetlands. We actually are just looking at that too. So we will have there will be a report on that forthcoming. And actually, it's actually the lead scientist for that report is Ian Wren, who's wears two hats. Ian Rand is with the San Francisco Baykeeper, but he's also a key participant on behalf of the Baykeeper on a nutrient management strategy, but he also works as part of the science team at the Estuary Institute. And he is the lead for the nature-based solution and analysis, which includes like the oyster bed consideration, all types of wetlands and nature-based type stuff. So that report will be available in a month-ish.
Yeah, I think there's actually some folks familiar that have noted it in the chat. One last, I think, question, the rest is dialogue amongst the participants, are the impacts of rising temperatures considered in the load reduction scenarios?
Well, they will be. I mean, that's Jimmy, that's part of future scenarios. So we're at the point where we're got a foundation of understanding the here and now. And now we are going to ask ourselves, okay, what are the future kind of environmental conditions that could affect things? So temperature will be one of them, obviously, and even affect species in the bay. And that was another concern raised by Jim Klern with changing climate is starting to may affect the type of species in the bay and relative to the species in the bay being a moderator of the resilience of the bay's resilience for nutrients. So that key challenge there. Predict the future.
Tom, can I just carry on with that conversation just real quick? I hear a lot of load reductions, and a lot of it is cost-based reasonableness, which the Water Code definitely calls us to do. So I'm understanding your reply to mean that we maybe don't know what the appropriate loads of nutrients, when we consider all the other environmental forcing factors come into play, is for the bay. What's a good number? Is that right?
Yeah, correct. Because
okay.
It's not there's not a simple dial to turn and say, aha, that's it. And it may be different for different risks for the different parts of the bay and the probability of those risks being experienced. So we're going through this sort of balancing. It's not going to just be what is doable and affordable, and that's a loaded question, right? What's
the loading question?
That's a loaded question that we want, but of course, we know we're talking about substantial investment. There's going to be a substantial investment of public funding. We want to get it right. So I'm envisioning that we're going to set a course to recognize load reductions in the short term, forecast necessary future reductions. Like I said, if we get going through the NPDES permitting process and the ability and to allow for a compliance schedule, we have to establish a final limit. And that final limit has to be water quality based. Yeah.
Okay.
I've explained to our municipalities that we're going to we're going to push you into your zone of discomfort, but we're going to keep working with you though to adjust it as we realize what it will take to get there from here.
Okay, so thanks for the good dialogue on that. We'll continue after the last two presentations. I'm going to give everyone a 10-minute bio break. We've been at it for a couple of hours now, so I'm sure everyone could use a little stretch for 10 minutes. So it's 11:02. We'll return at 11:12 and get right back on with Mike Falk's presentation. So 11:12, and I'll put a slide up for that. Okay, it's 11:12. We're ready to get back on for the last two presentations with an eye towards some robust discussion. We've already had some good discussion after each of the presentations so far. So appreciate the energy and the endurance that y'all have shown so far for this workshop, and hope you keep it going. Hopefully you got a little bit of a snack or something to refresh you. Bio break, and we'll go ahead and get started again. So Mike, I hope you're on. I can't see anyone at the moment, so I'm sharing my screen. So Mike, if you're available,
I'm on.
you're on. The floor is
Yeah.
yours.
Well, thank you, Karen, and everyone else involved with this. It's been a great discussion thus far. I think Tom really hit on a lot of key points that this is not a recent thing that's been going on. This is something I've been working with Bakwa, Tom, folks at SFEI since around 2010. Before I get into this, I want to make a few acknowledgments. Obviously, Bakwa, Lauren, who is on this meeting, for her leadership on this. I want to bring attention to folks that have supported HDR through this. I've got Woodard and Kern listed here, who's been a key team member for the recent reuse project. But something that's missing here I wanted to mention is Brown and Caldwell. They were a key member for the first watershed permit. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention them. We had a great team that delivered that effort. Next slide.
There we go.
All right, so I think Tom covered a lot of the permits overview and background. I'm just going to spend a little bit of a time talking about the collaborative spirit of the group. I think that's been stressed, but I really think that's one of the key cornerstones of this whole success of this thus far. And then I've got the results that Tom dabbled in. I was going to go in a little more detail about how we navigated that effort, and then pivot over to the second watershed permit, which folks asked about the nature-based solution, more of the results from that. And just so everyone knows that on July 1st, 2023, as in 6 weeks from now, both the nature-based solutions, or NBS, and the recycled water reports will be submitted to the water board. So we've got some of the draft results here. And then just talk about the next steps looking into the future. Next slide. All right, so I think Tom has captured most of this. Really the biggest thing is, we've got 37 different treatment plants as represented by the orange dots. They represent north of 7 million people. They treat on roughly 400 million gallons a day. And as Tom alluded to, it's about 2/3 of the loads to the bay, and it varies based on your location with the bay. Really the key voice for all these plants is BACWA, the Joint Powers Authority, that's formed as a collection of all these different treatment plants. So I think that's really fundamental to the success here. Next slide. All right, so when we talk about collaboration, the key to this overall study, next please. There's really 4 key pieces here. Most importantly, when we take the watershed-based approach, the collaboration associated really just benefits the environment as a whole by developing the appropriate regulatory response. Next slide. As for the stakeholders, it's really just ensure that we get maximum effectiveness from the regulatory program by just having everyone with a seat at the table. And as for the science, as Tom alluded to earlier, you've got all the ongoing exciting work being led by SFEI, not just on the model, but also the NBS piece. And I think just overall practical regulation, that while we did have the recent episode this past summer, I just think the regional collaboration, that while that was a bump in the road, if you will, it's really the trust garnered from this group as we've advanced this agenda. While it's clear that limits are looming, it's a practical regulatory approach. Next slide. This is a picture that I took about 5 years ago. We had a retreat, and it just really speaks to the collaborative spirit of the group. It not just had folks from utilities, but it also had the water board there, the science folks from SFEI and other NGOs. And this effort is not just something that's garnered attention on the local level, but nationally as well, as the EPA is using this as their poster child, if you will, for how to take watershed-based approaches, and even received an award several years back from the National Association of Clean Water Agencies, NACWA, their Platinum Award for collaborative efforts. Next slide. All right, so let's kind of give some background on the collaborative nature. Let's shift over and talk about the first watershed permit. Next slide, please. So as we talk about the first watershed permit, there's really 4 cornerstones associated with it. First and foremost, that there was no load caps or nutrient limits, if you will. There's that strong support for the science being led at SFEI. Something you haven't heard about yet is a group reporting. One of the things that the group learned first and foremost from talking about other regions who went through this exercise, most notably the Chesapeake Bay, was one of the things that they really pushed upon everyone is make sure you understand the loads, get the loads right. So starting back in 2012, we started sampling for nutrients at the plants. And after we had a few years of data in 2015, we started releasing annual reports that look at the flows and loads over the last year at each of the treatment plants. And we've expanded that to not to just consider discharge to the bay, but we also look at influent now. So it looks at load reduction across the plants, as well as the recycled water piece, which we heard about earlier, is one of the nutrient management strategies across the region. And then lastly, the regional study. What you'll see with the first watershed permit as we get to the list of potential solutions is all of those areas are really focused on solutions within the treatment plant fence line, whereas the second watershed permit, as you'll see, considers a lot of strategies outside the treatment plant fence line. Next slide. So I think it's really important to understand just the fundamentals on how we navigated this whole process. I mean, it was a daunting effort. We had 37 different treatment plants, and we needed to come up with a collective list of potential strategies for them. So it all started in February 2015 with the scoping and evaluation plan, which can be found on the BACWA site. I'll make sure and send a link to the BACWA nutrients site in the chat afterwards. Followed by, we did a major request for information, and we put quite a bit of effort in that. And it was really set the stage for success, and that how we could take so much information from so many different plants and compile them to inform the process really started with that. And then I think what really separated this effort from others is we actually went and visited all 37 plants with at a minimum of 2 folks. We want to make sure we had a process engineer, someone like myself, but also an operations specialist, so that as the ideas got further discussed, we had differing viewpoints to make sure we capture things that could be potential strategies for the plants. We considered a suite of different options as listed with those 4 ideas in the middle there. I'll go through stride stream treatment on the next slide. It started with treatment optimization. What could you do with your existing assets? Treatment upgrades. We came up with 2 different tiers. One was what I like to call garden variety nutrient treatment, which is entry level, run-of-the-mill type treatment, followed by an enhanced nutrient removal that would require the likes of filtration and chemicals. And then lastly there we have by other means, which was more or less just a compilation of existing information. And by other means is really where the second watershed permit is focused. So I'll leave by other means in the parking lot and further discuss that when we get to the next module. And then lastly, the reduction study. So we actually came up with individual reports for all 37 different plants. And then we had those serve as appendices for the overall report. Next slide. All right, so I want to make sure folks understood what the side stream referred to and why do we care. So if you look at a wastewater treatment plant, the raw influent comes in. In the red box there, it goes through liquid stream treatment prior to discharge. And then the blue box represents solids treatment. You know, you've separated out solids and or you've grown them, and they require treatment within themselves. And you've got a lot of return streams associated with them, and those are potential low-hanging fruit for nutrient management, whereas it only represents about 1% of the plant flow. It can represent 15 to 25% of the nitrogen load and even higher for plants that receive a lot of fog or organics or food waste. And it has an even more profound impact on phosphorus with 30+%. And as we went through the whole exercise for all 37 plants, what we realized is 22 out of the 37 plants were candidates for side stream treatment when you consider nitrogen as being your focal point. Next slide. So like any of these things, there's got to be some method to the madness. So before we let these teams embark on the plants, really try to come up with an approach that we could apply to all the different plants. So we tried to distill this down to some sort of systematic approach. So what we've got here on the top row is the various flavors of secondary treatment and nutrient removal facilities across the bay. HPOAS is high purity oxygen, which is for the larger facilities such as the Southeast plant at SFPUC and East Bay Mud, all the way over to pond systems on the far right hand side. If the focus was on ammonia removal, as you follow the different bars, different color coded lines there, it can give you the suite of options, followed by nitrogen removal on the lower portion. So that was kind of our framework, if you will, to help us start the project. But what we became very clear as we went to 37 different plants is there's 37 different plants and they are all different. So while this was our framework, it just served as our initial guide. Next slide. All right, so this is pretty similar to what Tom showed earlier. If anyone is struggling with insomnia, that report down there can definitely help with anything that ails you. On the right-hand side are the different treatment strategies. I wanted to bring the attention that these numbers are slightly different than the ones that Tom shared. Tom's really focused on what were the facilities for nitrogen focus, whereas this is for both total nitrogen and for total phosphorus. So the values are slightly higher, and these dollars are in 2018. What really gleaned from this is that first step, be it optimization and or side stream treatment, for approximately $1 billion, you could get a sum of about 25% reduction of total nitrogen. And it's quite a jump to go from optimization and side stream. When you get to your level 2, which is your entry level nutrient removal at your facility for across the plant, that's that 60% that Tom referred to, and that's pushing $10 billion. So there is that initial low hanging fruit, but it's a considerable increase to go from optimization / side stream up to level 2. And then it becomes more pronounced as you go to the more stringent level 3 with an 80+% nitrogen removal at north of $12 billion. So to Tom's point, while it was known that this would be expensive, we needed context to support that. And it was very worthwhile to go through this whole effort to identify where the optimization efforts were and really educate a lot of the utilities on side stream treatment. And a lot of good has come out of this in terms of what we call early actors. We've had a lot of plants that have proactively optimized their facilities. Case in point is San Jose, who they each year for the last several years have reduced their nitrogen loads about 1,000 kilograms a day. As a point of reference, the total nitrogen loading to the bay daily is between 40 to 50,000 kilograms per day. So San Jose by themselves is reducing about 2% plus. As for the side stream, there's been a lot of movement in this area, in particular at Oraloma Sanitary District in the San Lorenzo area. They've got an EPA regional grant where they're testing a side stream technology that's gotten a lot of traffic for folks interested in further learning about side stream. And then as we look across the bay, a lot of utilities have attempted to stay ahead of this. Oraloma's put in nitrogen removal facilities. Palo Alto is in construction. San Mateo is in construction. Panola has put in facilities. So there's a lot of movement just through this whole effort. Next slide, please. So a key part of this that got a lot of folks' attention, something I hadn't touched on yet, is as we went through those plants and performed these evaluations, we came up with greenhouse gas emissions. And it really got to the question of what's the nexus between the water to air. But the fundamental question, is there a connection between water quality goals and greenhouse gas emissions? So back in 2010, I was fortunate enough to work on a project. It was a desktop study where we considered 5 different treatment scenarios, which are referenced on the x-axis of the plot there, with level 1 being secondary treatment and level 5 being the most stringent beyond limit of technology, barring the likes of reverse osmosis. And then we went through and created detailed treatment trains and the corresponding greenhouse gas emissions and broke it down by different sources. And what we really found here is as the treatment levels increase, this didn't really come as a surprise, but to what extent? So does the energy and chemical demands. The biggest users of the energy stem from pumping, mixing, and aeration, with aeration typically having the largest impact as we looked across the country. Chemicals become more prevalent as you go from level 3 and beyond. Level 3 represents the most stringent level considered in the BACWA effort. And then it's important to note that the level 5, which has the exponential increase from the others, that was beyond reliable limited technology, and it required the likes of reverse osmosis. But one thing that really stuck out to the group as we looked at the results is, what about N2O emissions? This is a topic that's gotten a lot of discussion as of late, and there's a lot of uncertainty in that space. The values used here were based on the IPCC numbers that were available at the time. But as we've learned more about this space, it's a lot more unclear, and this is something that's going to advance into the future. So as we looked at this, really the question became, is there a sweet spot for the utilities? And I think really the fundamental response is it is watershed specific, but it is an important consideration as you navigate this process, which is why I really appreciate the Bay Area effort, where we first looked at treatment plant options, and now we're looking at more outside the treatment plants line considerations. Next slide, please. So beyond just looking at the greenhouse gas emissions associated with the different treatment levels for this Water Research Foundation effort, we also consider what's the potential algal production. And this really gets to that sweet spot question. So similar to the last plot, on the x-axis has got the different treatment levels. On the right-hand side, it has the same greenhouse gas emissions from the previous slide. But on the left-hand side, we've got potential algal production in terms of kilograms of algae per day. And the thing that really stuck out to us is once you got beyond level 3, and for this scenario, that was about 90 to 95% reduction in algal production, but at a modest increase in greenhouse gas emissions as well as cost. Whereas to get those last few percentiles down on potential algal production, it really translated to an increase in greenhouse gas emissions, most notably level 5. And it really gets to the question I raised earlier, is there a sweet spot? That whole role of the algal production and greenhouse gas emissions really needs to go under the consideration as treatment levels get developed for a watershed. And again, it's going to be watershed specific. The intent here is not to say that level 3 is the solution across the border. This is just one example of a hypothetical, but these are things that should factor in as you advance the nutrient management conversation. Next slide, please. All right, so that captures our inside the treatment plant fence line solutions. And back in 2019, the second watershed permit was released, and this expanded those 4 pillars that I shared on the last module. Next slide, please. And really factored in two new parts. First and foremost, in the upper right there is recognition of early actors. And by that, you want to bring attention to the utilities such as the Palo Altos, the Oralomas, the San Mateos, the Pinoles that are actively implementing upgrades to their plant to manage nutrients. On the bottom right there, the regional study, again, went beyond looking inside the treatment plant fence line to considering nature-based solutions and reuse as some of the strategies for managing nutrients. The group reporting has continued. We actually just submitted our 8th report this past year. We've got 10 years of data. Going to the top left there, that while there aren't still load caps, there was an effort included as part of the second permit to include potential load caps, and the top center there is increase that support for the science, as it's become very clear it's a complex topic that required further support. Next slide, please. All right, so nature-based solutions, I think Tom did a really nice job of capturing what that was. This is a definition that I've borrowed from both Ian and Jackie, who presented this, but nature-based solutions essentially exploit natural processes, whether it be standalone or hybrid approaches that take advantage of existing technology or engineered solutions to foster, this is the key part here, urban resilience and sustainability. And what's really gotten my attention in particular with these nature-based solutions is not just in the case of this discussion, nutrients, there's a lot more multi-benefits associated with them, as is the case also with reuse. In the case of the horizontal levee that Tom referenced, you've got habitat restoration and or protection. You've got the water quality improvement, not just in the sense of the nutrients, but you also have the potential to treat brine reject. You've got contaminants of emerging concern. All those sorts of features have really found favorable data as of late, and the Bay Area is really leading this effort. Excuse me. And then lastly, shoreline flood protection, in particular, sea level rise. So you've got this three-legged stool that really provides a lot of benefits to your area. Next slide. So I'll put this YouTube link in the chat for any folks that want to learn more and see the horizontal levee in action. But in short, if you take a conventional levee and or seawall on the left-hand side, you've got that wall or feature in the grayed out area. Next slide, please. And the whole idea here is, rather than having this steep drop, let's have a gradual slope rather than being a 3 or a 4 or 5 to 1 slope. Let's look at a 30 to 1 slope. And on the right-hand side, you've got this ability to put this essentially extended wetland with a gradual slope that's going to enable you to address sea level rise, given that it's a more usable space, if you will, with less riprap. And then you can also serve it for, in this case, nutrient polishing. And it's not just limited, as I mentioned, it's really the work that's being done with Valley Water and Oraloma in the Living Laboratory. What they've essentially found is that they're sending they're shipping volumes of brine reject over weekly, and this has been going on for well over a year now, that they're finding they're getting removal of the nitrogen species as part of that brine reject. They're getting a lot of removal of contaminants of emerging concern. So it's been a very favorable exchange that's been happening. This might serve as just a means to address the whole resiliency as well as potable reuse on what to do with the reject. So folks, anyone that's interested in further learning about the horizontal levee, I'll put that YouTube link in the chat for anyone wants to look at it afterwards. Next slide. Next slide. All right, so that captures the nature-based solution. Pivoting over to the other part of the second watershed permit, these are the draft findings for recycled water. Again, that second watershed permit, there was a nature-based solution and recycled water. And what we found was one of the biggest challenges as we started engaging with the utilities is, how are you going to sort out things that are already in place or planned for versus things that are conceptual at best, for lack of a better term. So we group things in 4 different confidence levels. Confidence level 1, it's in the smaller text there, excuse the size there. Those represent projects that are already in place and or currently budgeted. Confidence level 2, that represents projects that are in master planning stages. There's a decent likelihood they'll get implemented, but it's not certain. The black bars there are confidence level 3. Those are conceptual. And what we found is we started developing individual reports that when there were situations where it was across multiple agencies that traveled across jurisdiction for these larger paradigm shifting type potable reuse large projects, they were reluctant to include those in their reports, but we don't want to lose sight of those. So we included those as confidence level 4. Really, the takeaway here is you look at confidence levels 1 through 4 is we're looking at a situation that if all these projects were to hit, you're looking at a tripling of reuse over time. And while the nitrogen discharge load wouldn't quite triple, it's more than double. And the reason that you wouldn't see an alignment between volume and nitrogen loading really gets to that potable reuse scenarios where you're going to send the water through advanced treatment, which is going to likely have an RO step, and that RO reject, which contains the bulk of the nutrients, typically would exit the plant through the outfall. And we were cognizant of this, and we included that in all our analyses. Just to give everyone on the webcast here a feel for things, right now the Bay Area recycles about 9% of the effluent. You're looking at flows on the order of 400 MGD, and about 40 MGD are diverted from the bay. Next slide, please. So another key part of looking at reuse had to do with what are the types of users. These pie charts here represent year 2020 versus what's anticipated by year 2045 for all 4 confidence levels. And really what we found here is, and this wasn't a complete surprise, but industrial and landscape make up the bulk of the reuse customers. And we don't really see that changing looking into the future. But what was really exciting is the potable reuse projects have the ability, they're going to come and get implemented before year 2045, and they're a significant piece of the pie. That's the darker red burgundy color on the right hand side. So this is something that's definitely being planned for. Most of those projects are represented by confidence levels 3 and 4. Next slide. All right, so one of the missions of the overall effort was we want to come up with a menu of options to make informed decisions, whether it be across the bay or at the individual plant level. And for the first watershed permit, we came up with unit cost. They were either dollars per gallons per day or dollars per pound, in this case, total inorganic nitrogen removed. So the first 4 bars in each grouping there represent the first watershed permit from optimization through level 3. That's the red through the black, whereas the latter 2 bars represent the reuse piece. I separated out confidence level 1 from confidence levels 2, 3, and 4. And that was largely done to really reinforce that from a cost effectiveness standpoint. Confidence level 1 projects are on par with all those in the first watershed permit, whereas confidence levels 2, 3, and 4, while they're not quite as cost effective, it's very clear from this plot, there's a lot of those other benefits. And really the punchline here is this is just the starting point for initiating the discussion. But there's so many other non-economic factors that are fundamental to decision making that as we get through submitting the reports at the end of June, excuse me, we're going to be in a position then to really advance the conversation and go beyond just a unit cost standpoint. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, we touched on in the chat window earlier that both the reuse and the NBS reports, they're going to get submitted by July 1st of this year. We're really in a great situation to compare and contrast all the different solutions and hopefully bring in, I was excited to read in the chat window, oyster beds and the like is another strategy. The modeling efforts are going to continue. We plan to continue to support those through providing all the data and some estimates on for any upcoming optimization or upgrade efforts, how that'll impact each utility's effluent, and then just supporting the third watershed permit. So I'm going to stop there, and I appreciate everyone's time.
Thanks, Mike. We have some in the chat. Let me see if I can find where I left off. All right. It tells me where my new messages are. Excellent. So Lorian Fono, the executive director of BACWA, gave the link to the BACWA nutrients page. So you don't have to do that, Mike, even though you said you would. Thank you. Question, do most of the Bay Area POTWs consist of secondary or tertiary treatment?
Yeah, and I think Tom spoke to that in the chat. Most are
Oh,
secondary.
he did, yeah.
Off the top of my head, I believe it's 9 of the 37 plants provide nutrient removal, but it seems like it's a dynamic conversation as things evolve. But between Lori and I, we could probably drum up the list here if folks are interested.
Okay. It looks like the next question also Tom responded to, which is for potable reuse. Most plants would have an NDN secondary treatment, thus reducing total nitrogen loads in the RO concentrate, isn't it? And Tom said yes, to some extent. And then somebody asked for your contact info. So you're going to get lots of contacts after your big splash here.
Sure.
Question, can you talk about how nutrients in non-potable recycled water are diverted from the POTW discharge?
Oh, great question, Steve. So it really depends on the use. So in the case of irrigation type applications, we made the assumption that in those instances, it would be diverted from the bay. And that when we talk about diversion, that's what we were referring to. But there were lots of situations where plants were using it for internal uses, whether it be scouring the collection system, cleaning basins or whatnot. Under those instances, we didn't assume that the flow and or low was diverted from the bay, so we kept those away from our analyses. So our analyses are how we calculate it. We're trying to figure out what gets diverted from the bay, not just reuse. So it was smaller numbers because we lost some of it.
Have you modeled the impact of increasing per capita conservation measures for the different water recycling scenarios?
Great question. And I guess my initial response, it doesn't completely answer the question. I'll attempt to answer the question. The second part is, as part of that group annual reporting, it's become very clear as we look at the data, the role of water conservation. Just looking back from 2012 to present, the concentrations have greatly increased at the treatment plants. The flows have either been flat or gone down for what's entering the plant. I think we have reached a point of diminishing returns. We're not seeing a whole lot more gains because I think all the low-hanging fruit for the most part has been looked at from what's coming into the plant. As for the future conservation, we did not assume any further concentration of concentrations with our analyses.
Last question we have in the chat, is there a program with financial support and rebates that supports plants to adopt best practices to reduce nutrient loads? And I'll just say, generally speaking, we have our Clean Water State Revolving Fund. It is over allocated or over prescribed or over requested. I'm not sure what the word is, but definitely doesn't hit all of the needs. But there is definitely funding programs through the State Water Board that include both state and federal funding. And I don't know if we have anyone from our Division of Financial Assistance on today, but I will speak to some of what we're thinking of in terms of incentivizing looking at nutrient removal after our last presentation, so we can get a little bit more into that. And I'll see if I can get somebody from DFA on. Finally, there's one more that was inserted. Is there a reliable way to have complete reduction of nitrogen in the waste stream to nitrogen gas rather than N2O, or is that part of chasing the tail in the sweet spot graph?
All right, let me first reply to Kelly's question about best practices. I'm going to leave a comment in the chat. I've actually been working on a Water Research Foundation grant 4973. We're actually going to release this summer a web-based tool to help utilities navigate various strategies for nutrient optimization of their facilities. And I think it's a highly informative with fact sheets tethered to each of the potential solutions. So I'll send folks a link to that. Unfortunately, the web-based tool is still going through getting prettied up, if you will, so it can be ready for prime time. As for Joe's question, this is a really tough one in the sense of nitrous oxide emissions. My understanding is that as you go through the biological removal of nitrogen, there's different zones for conventional removal. You've got full aeration to nitrify, and then you go through anoxic zones for denitrification. And when you get in the gray zones, as I like to call them, you're kind of in between. For example, as you go into the first zone of your aeration where the demand's the greatest, it's really hard to get enough air in there. So while your goal is to have sufficient DO to drive the process, you're struggling at times. So you get what I call incomplete nitrification or incomplete denitrification if you're in the anoxic zone. And when you're in those unclear gray zones is where you really result in N2O emissions. So I don't think it's so much as a treatment level per se, but I think there are some design strategies that can be implemented to help reduce the amount of N2O emissions. But it's still something, there's a lot of uncertainty out there.
Thanks, Mike. I do want to mention we have Christopher Stevens from our Division of Financial Assistance on today, and maybe he can speak a little bit to funding opportunities. Chris, are you there?
Sure, I'm here. Karen. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, we do have financial assistance. That's the division I work for, and the main funding sources there are the state revolving funds, primarily the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. We have a long history of providing funding for water recycling, which I'm hearing a lot of people talk about as part of this. You know, the one downside to this is, of course, there is a finite amount of money there as a capacity associated with the program. So it's not an unlimited amount of money, and there's a lot of competition for the program, as you might imagine. We have gotten some money over the last couple of years for water recycling with the state budget surplus, but now we're in a deficit. So it looks like that might have to be put off. The additional funding that was in this year's budget that was penciled in, that's being put off to a potential future bond in 2024 for water recycling. And so there are opportunities there, but there's also a lot of competition for the funds.
Thanks, Chris. All right, so I'm going to move now to our last presentation, which is an example of what it takes to plan for nutrient removal upgrades in a large a large municipal treatment plant down in LA County. We have Ray Tremblay here. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen one more time. Seems to be, oh, hold on, get out of that one and move to this one. All right, Ray, the floor is yours. I've got your slides queued up.
Okay, good morning. We're very happy to be here. We thank you for the opportunity to kind of give the group a case study on some of the recycled water planning that we're doing down in LA County, and with an eye for nutrient management too while we do our recycled water planning. And I'm the head of planning for our agency, and I'm also our project manager on our large-scale recycled water program called Pure Water Southern California, which is a partnership with the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. And the idea there is to recycle 150 million gallons a day of water that's currently being discharged to the ocean. So we, as our plan here, we want to make sure that we can continue to comply with our effluent limitations while still supporting reuse. So we're going to need a lot of plant modifications, but we also have to think about in our master planning to make sure that our facility is set up for any future limitations that might come down the line, such as for nutrients. So with that, next slide, please, Karen. Okay, so the sanitation districts, so we serve most of LA County outside of the city of LA and a few other cities. We serve 78 cities and unincorporated areas and about 5.5 million people. So We have 11 plants throughout the region. The inland plants are tertiary with nitrification and denitrification because we have to meet inland surface water discharge standards. But we also operate a large ocean disposal plant down in Carson on the bottom of the screen there, and where water that's not recycled because it's of high industrial content or salty was traditionally sent for treatment at the secondary level and then discharged to the ocean. So I'm going to focus today on that plant and our long range planning to kind of change our tune a little bit and try to recycle the water at that facility. Next slide, please. So the Pure Water Southern California program, we would take water that we're currently treating or cleaning at our large joint water pollution control plant in Carson. And we have to upgrade that plant, though. We're planning for nitrogen removal and biological treatment there. And so we'll talk about that more later. And we feel we need that, excuse me, upstream of your conventional purification. That's your reverse osmosis and advanced oxidation. And then after we get that treatment done, we would then have to build a very large conveyance system with our partner Metropolitan throughout the region to convey that to where the water can be best used. And so the result would be a new source of local supply for LA that is much more reliable than some of our other sources here in town. Next slide, please. So the concept of Pure Water SoCal then is our plant is down there in the bottom left, the joint plant. And we would supply the local groundwater basins that are close to the plant, the West Coast and Central Basin plant groundwater basins in the LA coastal plain. But we really cannot find enough demand, at least in the short term there. So the project, as Metropolitan, has identified additional customers far to the north, about 30 miles to the north, in the main San Gabriel Basin. And from there, we can replenish groundwater basins there. And it's also close enough that Metropolitan can run a direct potable reuse line over to their Weymouth treatment plant, which is an existing plant that they operate, and it's interconnected to another plant in northern Orange County called the Deemer plant. And between those two facilities, they could use large quantities of the recycled water from this project. So the project then again is large scale treatment at the plant, and then about 60 miles of pipelines throughout the region to ensure that we have uses that are very reliable. Next slide, please. So our joint water pollution control plant is in Carson, California. It's down by the harbor, but it's inland 5 or 6 miles. We have a very large site there, and we're fortunate that we acquired some nearby industrial property a few years ago. And we're still cleaning it up in accordance with the Los Angeles Regional Board's requirements, but it's already been certified by them for use. So what we have right now is we have a plant that's rated for 400 million gallons per day, and we're treating about 250. And then that again is secondary effluent, and the water is secondary treated at the large tanks that you see kind of in the middle. And then they're very conveniently located next to this big open space that we have, where we have about 50 acres where we can build additional biological treatment to support the project, and also the advanced treatment needed to purify the water. So the existing plant is a high purity oxygen facility for secondary treatment. It's really good at removing carbon. We get a little bit of nitrogen removal in the biomass of the organisms that we use for treatment, but it's not designed for removing of nitrogen per se. And it also has a very short residence time. And so we don't get as much organic material removal as we would like for this project. So next slide, please. Okay, so our previous speaker spoke of a lot about this before, or both of them, Tom did too. So when we look at a mass balance of a wastewater treatment plant, like I said, we can remove a little bit of nitrogen in our existing treatment plant, and we want to build a new biological treatment facility to remove some more. And then in the end of the day, we're going to remove some when we recycle it around the region. But we also have the benefit of having this reverse osmosis as a backstop. So that's going to remove 80 to 90% of your nitrogen right there. But unfortunately, that stream is just going to go into our concentrated RO effluent, which is going out to the ocean. So as we were doing our planning, we really wanted to try to think about options that did not just rely on reverse osmosis. We actually had an early option that we would just do 2 passes of reverse osmosis and no additional nitrogen treatment. And it would have made the project objectives based on a water quality standard, but we didn't feel that it had really a lot of value in that it didn't give us any benefit in terms of nitrogen removal. So we did not consider that, and we moved on to considering additional nitrogen treatment. Next slide, please. So the goal for our phase 1 with the Metropolitan Water District is about 115 million gallons a day. And that would primarily be used for IPR or indirect potable reuse. And so they've established a goal of 10 milligrams per liter nitrogen. And that's based on your the basin plan here in LA and for groundwater recharge protection. But ultimately for phase 2, as we do more direct potable reuse and more of this water goes to Metropolitan's drinking water plants, they established a goal of 6.4 milligrams per liter. And that has to do with their blending to make sure that they send very low nitrogen to some of their customers that blend this water with their other supplies for serving the customers. But we again, in the context of today's meeting, we've also added a third criteria in our selection process, and that's flexibility for the future. And we cannot predict today whether there will be ocean limits or what those numbers will be. And we also, though, we don't want to paint ourselves in a corner and get to a point where we can't treat to higher levels if needed for Metropolitan's customers if they want lower levels of nitrogen. So we really kind of combine both the nitrogen target and a goal of having flexibility to do more removal as needed as we go forward. So next slide, please. Okay, so we as wastewater folks, right, we have our, we want to accommodate the project, but we still have as our foremost goal is compliance, right? We want to have 2 goals at this plant now. We don't want to just be about compliance, but we want to be about recycling. So we need to find the sweet spot, as we talked about in the last speaker. And the sweet spot in this case is, what's the best nitrogen removal treatment and what's the best way to modify our plant so that we can achieve that and still manage the high strength waste that we get from some of our industrial customers. We need to be able to manage these plants during wet weather. We still get pretty good variability in our flows. We want to pick a technology that's reliable. It's not too complex. It's not cutting edge. Of course, we have to consider costs in everything we do as a public agency, but we also have to look at the environmental impact. The last speaker was talking about the nitrous oxides. And so we've attempted to look at the discharge of the various options in our work. And then finally, of course, constructability is how do we get something like this done on our footprint and still meet our project timeline goals? Next slide, please. Okay, so this looks a lot like the previous speaker's slides. I won't go into it in a lot of detail, but he was talking about 37 plants. So we have the virtue of the benefit of only having to talk about 1 plant, but it serves 5 million people. And there are a lot of options there and how we could treat. We could do, we could just bolt on additional treatment at the back of the plant. We would call that tertiary, or we could replace some of our existing secondary plant with a new secondary plant. We could do side stream that Mike talked about earlier, or we could do a hybrid where we do blend primary and secondary. And then, of course, we looked at membrane type treatment, your MBR versus a BNR, that's your biological nutrient. We looked at MBBR, which is the moving bed biofilms. And then finally, we also had to look at retrofitting versus greenfield. In our case, it's more like a brownfield because it's an old industrial site, but could we leverage our existing concrete tanks that we have in the ground already today to try to do the project more cost effectively? Or is it better to just start over from scratch on this new piece of property that we have out back? Next slide, please. So I won't go into this much because Mike already talked about it, but we are very inclined, I would say, to go with a side stream treatment concept. As Mike said, for us, side stream would reduce about 16% of the nitrogen load of the plant. And we can do that in a very compact way and very cost effectively. So it's about 25% of the nitrogen load at our treatment plant, and we can remove 2/3 of that with side stream treatment. So just doing that alone actually allows us to look at biological treatment downstream that is just nitrify only. We don't need to nitrify and denitrify, as I'll talk about in a moment. Next slide. Okay, so I mentioned there's all these options. There's side stream, there's retrofit, and so we kind of decided to do a little bit of everything, right? So we've identified retrofitting our existing secondary reactors as a viable approach. We have 8 of these, and we were designed for 400 million gallons a day, but we're seeing a lot less flow now, about 1/3 down from where we were back in the 90s. And so we've been running for about a year, that we've taken an existing secondary reactor train and we've retrofitted it for biological nitrogen removal, so we can fully nitrify and partially denitrify at that plant. And it seems like it's a very good operation. We've had to do very few actual physical modifications. The biggest problem is us from a wastewater treatment standpoint is we have to derate it. So we have a reactor train that's rated for 50 million gallons a day, and now we got to take it down to 18 MGD. And that's painful for us folks, that we have a public investment in all this infrastructure capacity, and now we're going to lose a big chunk of it. But on the other hand, we do have spare capacity. We have a couple of them. And so we've decided to include a retrofit of 2 of our existing reactors into part of the equation to help lower the cost of the solution here. And this is also an option that we could consider further down the road if we have future nitrogen limits that we need to go even further. Next slide, please. So our overall package that we're leaning toward right now, as I mentioned, is kind of all of the above: side stream treatment, a little bit of retrofit, and then we're going to build a new biological treatment plant. And we're leaning toward a greenfield construction because we do have the benefit of having so much property. It will make this a lot better. We can be more efficient in our design. And we're also looking to build what we're going to call flexible MBR. So the MBR would allow us to replace the biological treatment and then the following MF with a combined MBR process. And we're going to build it, though, in a way that it could be flexible. So we're going to operate initially as a nitrify only type arrangement, but we would actually build everything we need right now to convert it over into something that we could denitrify if we need to reduce our nitrogen discharges more. And the idea here is we don't want to overbuild. We don't want to build something that we don't need, but we want to have flexibility for the future. So we want to build the right project for today's needs, but consistent with our master plan. We would build our biological tanks such that we can provide flexibility. We can change them from anoxic to anaerobic, to take them out of service, take partial trains out of service. And really, we feel the cost of putting that flexibility in is pretty small relative to the benefit it would gain us, so that we do not have stranded assets in the future if we need to meet lower nitrogen targets going forward. Next slide. So as a result of the project as currently contemplated, we will remove about 25% of the total inorganic nitrogen coming into the plant, over and above what we already remove. With the recycling that we talked about, again, Mike talked about this, you're talking about another 10% or so would go off with the recycled water. But the facilities that we're building now, if we were to operate them differently and add carbon and optimize those, we could achieve up to a 60% reduction all told with the recycling and everything else. And we are also building the Flex MBR, so it can be converted to a secondary MBR down the road. And again, we'd have to add a lot of tanks to that. It essentially doubles the size of the tankage for us. So it would be a lot of cost. But again, it would be the building blocks and the foundation for our future secondary MBR. And if we ever had to meet those really, really low numbers that we talked about earlier, like the levels 3s and 4s that Mike and Tom talked about earlier, those could be achieved through conversion of this flexible plant to secondary. And then that frees up the space at our old secondary plant to either retrofit it or to replace it with some new technology. But the other major wrinkle for us, though, on those really low numbers is how do we achieve those numbers and still have wet weather capacity? So there would probably be a lot of complex operational factors to consider, and also the need for large-scale equalization tanks to store those wet weather flows to ensure we can comply at all times in wet weather. Next slide, please. So we're wrapping up what we would call our facilities plan. The facilities plan looks a lot like the state's SRF facilities plan that's needed to get your SRF loans. We do something similar. So we're updating our technical studies now for recent inflationary and changes and that sort of thing. And then we're going to compare and rank the various trains on some of the factors that I talked about earlier. And we're proposing to complete a document by this summer. We still are doing some pilot work in the field. And when I mean pilot work, Metropolitan actually constructed a 0.5 MGD full-scale test facility out there. And it's been very instrumental in us being able to collect data to help inform our decision-making. And we want to use that data to compare and ensure that the recommended project meets all of our water quality goals. We also will have some discussions. We have an independent science panel on this, and we have a regulatory panel consisting of DDW staff and the LA Regional Board staff. So we'll be working with them on these findings and recommendations. And we're also working hard on our environmental impact report. Our goal is to have the draft out on the street in January and to have it approved with project approval toward the end of 2024. And then we can move on into construction after that. So next slide, Karen. So with that, I'll wrap up. If there's any questions from anybody.
Thanks, Ray. We do have some in the chat. Let me see if I can get back. The YouTube link, more information on Oroloma, horizontal levee. I believe microplastics are going to become an issue for wastewater treatment plants with their bound contaminants and an additional cost. Is anyone starting to talk about this and plan for it? Definitely a complex issue before this waste is released back into the environment. Yeah, so microplastics, as I mentioned earlier, are a priority topic for the water boards on a number of fronts, including wastewater. And so I do encourage you to take a look at what, and maybe Jared has something he'd like to react to on that comment, or wants to change the subject. I'm not sure. Go ahead, Jared.
Hi, good afternoon now. Yeah, really good question. The Ocean Protection Council, the California Ocean Protection Council, funded a study in 2020 to evaluate wastewater treatment removal effectiveness. Prior to this, the San Francisco Bay and the San Francisco Estuary Institute, SFEI, conducted a Bay Area-wide evaluation of microplastics. And I think one of the major findings from that 2019 SFEI Bay Area study was that in terms of pathways and contributions and fate and transport for microplastics, sanitation agencies were not a significant or major pathway, and actually more of a de minimis and nominal pathway of loadings of microplastics. The Ocean Protection Council funded study has come after this and will be evaluating this statewide. Several of the same agencies in the 2019 study are participating in this new one. And we have Southern California sites also participating. So we'll have some really good analysis and evaluation of that. But there is a sense that in terms of what's being discharged and in terms of the total contributions, that wastewater treatment is very effective at removal. I think secondary treatment, which is where the Clean Water Act and the NPDES permits get all facilities up to in California, has a removal rate of microplastics of something like 85 to 95%. And so in terms of what's being discharged to the aquatic environment, our effluent is not a pathogen. So, but that said, really great work being done by SWRCB, by the OPC, and our member agencies to collect these samples to evaluate it. And there'll be a final report, I think, by the end of this year on that. And so thank you.
And it looks like Caitlin has something to add. Go ahead, Caitlin.
No, that's perfect. Thank you, Jared. I was going to add that the final report should be available at the end of this calendar year as the current schedule. And just to add that it's also evaluating the treatment efficacy of different treatment plants. It does include primary through secondary, tertiary, and it also evaluates then the microplastic levels that are then found in biosolids as part of a component of that study. So I know, Kelly, your question was about the microplastic contributions into the environment. We are looking at that in a more general sense. Of course, it's the water effluent discharge, but also then biosolids. Thank you.
Thanks, Caitlin. So there's a question about whether the city of LA is doing something similar to LA County's project at Hyperion. Is anyone familiar with what the city of LA is doing? Right?
I can mention, Karen, I guess they have representatives on the line if they want to speak, but they have a very similar project contemplated with their sister agency, LA Department of Water and Power, called LA Next. And they're doing the exact same planning exercise that we're doing for their facility.
And I'm going to mess this up. Ray, are any NBs, sorry, I don't know what that stands for, being considered in your EIR?
Yeah, Charming, I don't know what you mean by NBs either.
Nature-based solutions.
Oh, okay. NBS. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Okay. So
Thanks.
In our case, our project, as is currently contemplated, we are in a very industrial area. We have a large scale treatment facility. But there is not room for the types of, like you talk about nature-based, like treatment wetlands or that sort of thing. We don't have room for that in urban Los Angeles, probably. So I think I wouldn't say that we didn't look at those early on, but there would be very difficult to implement in our area due to the space constraints of the region.
All right. I don't have any more questions. And so want to transition now. At the risk of y'all getting too hungry, I'm going to suggest that we roll into discussion now. And if it goes longer than about 1 o'clock, we can take a short break, grab a snack, and come back, if that sounds good to everyone. We have 70 participants. I don't want to lose anybody by letting you go have lunch. So I'll start in with the discussion, and I'm gonna tee it up with some background and ideas of immediate next steps that we could take. And so I'm going to share my screen one more time and go to a PowerPoint that I just quickly threw together. And I'm going to leave it in this form because I'm actually going to use this as a way of also maybe taking some notes about what I hear. But I'm going to tee the discussion up with some background as to where we've been since about last summer, which at that point we were looking at using our carrots that we have, our funding incentives, to incentivize folks to include nutrient removal in a feasibility study in their request for funding. And so worked closely with the Division of Financial Assistance to come up with ways that we could incentivize nutrient removal planning, or at least investigation, as part of the update to the Clean Water SRF intended use plan. And did actually quite an extensive evaluation of what that would look like, what options we had for incentivizing, everywhere from requiring anyone that comes to us for funding to conduct a feasibility study as part of their application, to using the scoring criteria as a way to increase scores for those who do choose to include feasibility study for nutrient removal in their application, and a mixture of those ideas. And where we landed with the conversation was that we would be potentially disincentivizing folks to come to us for funding, making it a little bit more complicated and difficult to get a funding application in. We would also be only obtaining information from facilities that come that apply for funding. So we would only have a small subset picture of the feasibility statewide. And we wanted to, and then as indicated by both me and Chris Stevens, our funding sources are oversubscribed. We don't have enough to go around. And so it could cause funding to go maybe not to the highest priority projects that need to move forward, especially when it comes to disadvantaged communities and the kinds of upgrades those communities need. So I've included funding incentives here as an item because it is something we have explored and something that we could consider as well. But like I said, the caveat is that we've got some cons that we identified as well. The second immediate action we could take is more on the stick side, which is to just order everybody to do a feasibility study and submit it to us so that we have that information that we could use to conduct analyses similar to what has been done in the Bay Area. And we definitely have the authority to do that. Would need, obviously to think about, what, prioritizing what facilities would receive such an order and those kinds of things, but that's definitely an option. And then the third option is to expand what's been done in the Bay Area statewide with some sort of a jointly funded study across the state, similar to BACWA's efforts to get information like what they have in the Bay Area, only expanding it statewide. So I'm teeing this up as sort of some ideas and want to open it up for discussion. We're not doing speaker cards. This is free form. So please, if you're on the platform, raise your hand or put it into the chat is fine as well if you're not comfortable sharing verbally. And so just a free form conversation. This will give us some good ideas as to how to move forward and what some of the concerns are with certain actions, and then maybe even flesh out additional actions that we could be taking now. So I'm gonna rely on my staff. I'm gonna keep sharing the screen and kind of use this PowerPoint as a note-taking exercise, sort of a whiteboard, so we can all see what's out there through the discussion and see where it goes. So with that, Abe, can you monitor who's got their hand up and maybe even the chat and kind of go back and forth like I have been in between our presentations?
Yeah. And on that note, I see Tom has his hand up.
Great. Tom, please.
Yeah, Karen, I'm just going to ask you to put sideboards on this discussion. So it's because is it focus on wastewater sources, wastewater as a source of nutrients to the ocean, and then or is it all wastewater? Is it wastewater? Because even if we talk about the ocean, it's like it's the bite versus all the coast. We have to consider other sources in certain areas, but we know that wastewater is a notable source, like in the bay, perhaps to the bight, in certain but not all inland water. So we're not about to talk about other sources like ag runoff,
Right.
or even urban runoff. We want to focus in on what's wastewater. But you're answering my question, right? It can be broader. It's broader than just
the ocean. So we're looking at all wastewater treatment plants. Of course, inland issues are going to be different from coastal issues, and the considerations are going to be different. And so we recognize that, but this conversation is statewide, all municipal wastewater treatment plants. And the focus is on treatment plants, recognizing, and thank you for pointing this out, that there are sources of nutrients that are large sources of nutrients across the state that we'll need to be considering and are considering as part of our standards development and implementation there. And we'll need to be having broader conversations about, at this point, we're looking at feasibility. Implementation is a whole nother conversation. And I think in the context of implementation, there needs to be some conversation about nutrient trading as an example, but we're not going to go there today. Just know that it is a topic that we're thinking about. But thank you, Tom.
Yeah, and I just a quick follow up that it's just noteworthy, and I know enough. No, I don't know enough here, but many of the Central Valley wastewater plants already have nutrient treatment, and most recently, of course, a major upgrade at Sacramento. So there's actually, there's a lot of existing facilities that could be to weighed in this in terms of nutrient load reduction, at what cost, et cetera.
Right. Yes. Thanks for pointing that out. Appreciate that. So we have a couple of
righty. I see Jared has his hand up.
Yeah.
Hi again. I appreciated that last comment about the inland facilities. I would just, agree with Tom and note that when CAS as an organization began to reach out to our members and speak to Debbie Mackey at CIVICWA, the Central Valley Clean Water Association, we did begin to learn that so many of these large major facilities in inland areas are doing nutrient removal and reductions. I think 10 milligrams per liter is the drinking water standard, but a lot of these sanitation agencies are going lower than that, maybe in the 7 to 6 range. And then they get further, I think, is that zone 3, zone 4 that we heard Tom and Mike speak about in terms of additional treatment. And so in terms of trying to determine, well, how much can we improve water quality by regulating wastewater agencies? A lot of the opportunities, it may be hardened if you're just looking at point sources, and what Mike said was that sweet spot and what he described as kind of inside the fence line of the agency. But if you begin to look outside of that at non-point sources, there may be some more opportunities in the inland context. And looking at other jurisdictions, Oregon, Virginia, they have legislative and regulatory laws and regimes for nutrient trading, water quality trading. And when you look at other areas in the nation, Iowa being one example, a lot of agricultural land, 93% agricultural land, working in Illinois with their Farm Bureau to develop similar nutrient trading frameworks. There are a lot of opportunities to address these environmental water quality issues that are holistic and watershed, and tying it back to that US EPA memo and the work in the discussion here today in terms of taking that watershed approach. There are some things to consider and explore going forward. And so with everyone participating today, I know we'd be very happy to continue a discussion in terms of that kind of water quality trading and nutrient trading framework to incentivize and make sure we realize real gains in this area, and where it's feasible in inland context, Central Valley, Central Coast, Southern California, the Inland Empire there, really getting a good grip and understanding on what the opportunities are and what options are kind of closed because of all the great work in the history to date in this area.
Thanks, Jared. I hope I captured some of those concepts here.
Yeah, I was hoping Tom or Lauren could comment on nutrient trading. Not to put them on the spot.
Well, I can too. Well, go ahead, Lauren. I've been talking too much. You get it. I want it for other people.
I had the long pause because I wanted to give Tom the opportunity to go first. But what I'm going to say what he was going to say. So the nutrient caps in the Bay Area are going to be established on a Bay-wide basis with individual agencies having allocations. And so this sets us up, depending on what those ultimate nutrient limits are going to be, for a trading scheme where agencies that can move faster and cheaper can be supported by agencies for whom reductions will take longer or be more expensive. So this is something that we've been actively looking into, and many of our agencies are very interested in it. So if this is the direction we're going to head, we'll be looking into what it would take to establish such a program during the term of the next watershed permit. Is that what you're going to say, Tom?
Yeah, really, but I would have added a condition is that, that's our plan. It's, it's subject to, you're just forecasting. That's the dialogue that we're having, is approaching it in terms of a bay-wide load cap for various reasons that you're articulating, because it allows for optimum use of bay-wide resources. But we haven't brought that through the process yet, so it's not a done deal. I just have to respect that there will be parties that might want to push for plant-specific load caps, but I personally feel it's the right way to go, because the big plants, the big ones that you noted in that chart, which is a chart that I showed of the various loadings from the plants aqua produced, shows that the big ones are, no matter whether we do individual or bay-wide, the big plants are going to have to bear a significant burden. So, and there's just, for me, the benefit of doing bay-wide is obvious, and it then allows this concept, right? It's like, let's reduce the overall load the smartest way possible. So it's a within the wastewater sector context, and so we actually can recognize such a trading program because we have one permit covering all the parties. Where I've observed trading mechanisms throughout the country run into challenges is where it's often say wastewater trying to buy credits by covering the cost of ag runoff nutrient reductions or something like that. And it gets pretty complicated fast when you're talking about different types of sources like that. But that's our idea, is that we optimize the regional approach to get the best benefit for the Bay. And within the context, we may need to do things more intensively in certain areas of the Bay that could require us to think base segment specific caps could emerge as the science matures. But the general concept is set the stage so we get to spend our money smartly and not just be within our own each utility's environment. There's a number of regulatory and procedural things that are legal things that will have to get broken down to get that to happen, because it's not conventional for entities to send their public resources to another entity. So we'll figure that out in time.
Thanks. Abe?
Jared, did you have more to add, or did you just forget to put your hand down? Okay.
I will lower my hand. Sorry.
I want to get other people to talk, but I'll just say one more thing that I think to get on your list, Karen, and it is headed in what we're doing in the Bay Area here is making sure we're aware of the parallel driver that's going to affect a lot of the wastewater entities pushing for more recycled water.
Yes.
So we have to make sure these efforts are integrated, because as I can point out, depending on the nature of the recycled water, you may not be, it boils down to where's the fate of the nutrients and how do we make sure that we get the win-win.
Steve Jepson has his hand up.
Hi, thank you so much for a great workshop today. It's really informative. Great to see so many people participating, following along with what Tom talked about and increased water recycling. We're really looking forward to refinement of the Romsbeck model, as mentioned by Kat with the independent review coming up. You know, since the inputs and equations of the model have been established, there's been a lot of work in planning and design of recycled water systems and plant upgrade in Southern California, and looking forward to seeing how the model reacts with refining these inputs and refining some of the equations or analyses in the model to see how nutrients are affecting the ocean in the bite. Thanks.
Thanks, Steve. Other thoughts, preference on should we send y'all investigative orders? I'm really going to poke you.
One more thing, Karen. Sean McNeil from Santa Rosa made a really good point in the chat that I overlooked the fact that in the Laguna Santa Rosa watershed, where Santa Rosa's wastewater discharges to, blah, 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 they actually have they have established a trading program. So we actually have a working example in the state. So I appreciate Sean bringing that up. So it's two, I think in their case, I think they have 2 dischargers who have to meet a no net load sort of thing. So it's.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'd also like to note with regards to California, in the broader context of the West Coast, in Oregon, they have statutory and regulatory, they have a framework for trading. My understanding was that the way it was constituted, it didn't allow for a lot of users. So it ultimately wasn't something that, you know, kind of as drafted or as written as implemented isn't usable, but it kind of sets an example of that it could be done and it can be set up. And so I think this dialogue today, you know, we have 2 very distinct watersheds with inland facilities and coastal and north and southern. But this is a great context to really get into the technical local aspects. And I like the emphasis that we've had to hear about the evaluation that LACSD did, you know, for their facility and all the agencies that they represent, as well as in Bachman. You know, in terms of the adjacent issue of water recycling, apart from, you know, how do we manage and remove nutrients, and how do we deal with that brine and the RO concentrate where all those nutrients are being displaced towards water recycling and water supply. You can see it in the volumetric annual reports that the state, you know, requires agencies submit data for, and they collect and they report on. But seeing those reports, there is an increase in water recycling. And when they divide it out regionally, most of that activity is in Southern California, where there's more of a demand. And so, you know, as we're speaking about environmental impacts, there's also this economic component of a project that would beneficially improve the environment, but comes at some cost, and needing to determine if the agencies involved, multi-jurisdictional boundaries, can they afford to produce this water and then convey and supply it? A lot of that is a very local decision, but in Southern California, where this is more prevalent, there's more demand for water. These agencies have already kind of made that determination, have evaluated the options. And so I think it's important, you know, for the state to know and for the participants here that a lot of that's already readily available. And so for the instances when any kind of local community is not pursuing that, you know, as I understand it, it tends to be because of it essentially not penciling out. And where it is being pursued, it's because it's feasible. And so if the issue then becomes feasibility or viability, anything the state can do on funding to tip those scales to make things more feasible, so there's not essentially a significant rate increase, there's not a wastewater affordability crisis, and there's a market for people who need water, all of that would follow along and follow through and should be relatively seamless if those funding conditions are met. And then ultimately, probably getting into the weeds here with the funding mechanisms, if it's federal funds, you're dealing with money that essentially can only go towards capital projects, capital upgrades, and it can't do anything in terms of the operations and maintenance of that from a day-to-day perspective. So sure, maybe you can get the infrastructure in place to do advanced treatment, but can you afford on the day-to-day, to support the personnel you would need to oversee all those operations, and when maintenance is needed, that's provided. But when you look away from federal funds and you look at state funds, there are many jurisdictions that have revolving funds or have mechanisms to provide funding that goes towards the O&M. And to us, that's really the ideal or what we want to pursue, because for a lot of communities, the O&M is the piece that's the unsustainable part, because all the other pieces are there. It makes sense to do it. The reduction would be significant. It's affordable, but for some piece of that economic cost. And so in the Central Valley context, in the coastal context, we want to make sure we encourage that evaluation of that site as well, but also recognize that something like nutrient trading or water quality trading could really go a long way in addressing a watershed approach. And so if you have an agency that couldn't afford a facility upgrade, and we're talking about that assessment, and they determine it doesn't pencil out to do this, the rates that we'd have to impose, the increases on the local community, it wouldn't be affordable and it would create significant issues. We can't do it. In those cases, perhaps a trading framework would allow for them to still make sure the watershed achieves its objectives, and an agency that can afford to remove nutrients and that's actively doing it at a pounds kind of rate of volume could offer that to an agency. And something like that would be very valuable to explore. But with so many of us that are interested in this, we'd want to make sure to have like a holistic ecumenical conversation about it.
Thanks, Jared. People had their hands up and now they put them down. I'm not sure. I can't tell.
We have Joy Dillon next. Excuse me, Joe Dillon.
Yeah, hi there. On your first slide, since you're asking for comments on that, I don't know if an investigative order, I don't really know the implications of that, but I do think it would be advisable for the state to look at getting the water boards to start putting this kind of at least general planning requirement into the MPDS permits as they get renewed. Not like you have to order it tomorrow and everybody has to have it done in 5 years, but municipalities often need a little nudge to start going down these planning processes. Everybody's so busy, the money is limited, so you got to kind of push that first pebble down the hill at some point. I have worked with a team here in NOAA that we've done a number of Endangered Species Act, essential fish habitat consultations on the big federally permitted plants in the Southern California Bight the last several years. And through doing those consultations, we've been able to start having these conversations. In some places, LA Sand is not one that we look at. They don't have a federal permit, but City of LA does. We started bringing up this concept, and there sounds like they're going down the road now of planning for nutrient removal. I know OC SAN is doing something as well, but I don't remember the details. But you know, we just did a consultation on the international wastewater treatment plant that's going to get built, and the analysis there shows that, you know, they will reduce the amount of nutrients when that is up and running, but in about 20 years, it's right back where it started, because there's not a plan to do advanced nutrient removal as part of that facility. And so all the other places up and down the coast that we don't look at because they don't have a federal permit, I really wonder if somebody has started, you know, kicking those pebbles down the hill to see what happens. Your funding incentives piece, I think it would be great if you guys built something into your state revolving fund system that maybe gave people just an extra couple of points in their rating. If they have this kind of report, if they are planning for this kind of project, or even if their project that they're applying for funds for then allows them to have add-on modules in the future. When a state revolving fund funded facility, we have to do Endangered Species Act consultations on them sometimes. And, you know, for example, we just did one with Carpinteria we finished up last year that took several months longer because these kind of ideas were not being thought about as part of the project. But we don't have the discretion to just say, oh, well, you're really small, therefore we don't have to analyze it. So it took longer, probably cost them more money dealing with their contractors to get information out so that we could sit there and try and figure out what their proposed project of moving their discharge offshore was going to do, because there was no real nutrient removal aspect to it other than slight improvement. So, you know, investigative order, I don't really know the mechanics of how that works, but I would encourage the state board to encourage the regional boards to start asking for this kind of information.
So just to answer your question, Joe, the investigative orders are sort of an immediate way that we can ask for information from our regulated community, so long as the cost of submitting the information is justified by the need. And so this is something we utilize, just most recently we utilized in the context of getting information about PFAS concentrations in wastewater treatment plants, as well as drinking water sources. And it's a statewide order that would immediately get us, the immediate being, you know, whatever time frame that we're requiring in the order, of course. But that would be something similar to what you're suggesting in PDS permits as they are renewed, but it's something that would not have to wait for a renewal of a permit to get that information.
Yeah, there are some places where it may not be necessary. For example, the North Coast Board, I know most of their facilities up here have seasonal discharge restrictions, so they're not even really discharging very much in the potentially problematic times of the year. And there's a huge demand for water reuse up here. So it's, you know, they've been able to address it in that way. But when you get down into the more urbanized areas, or, you know, especially LA, Orange County, San Diego, water board zones, the demand may be really difficult, or it might just be so difficult to build the pipelines even to distribute the water if there is a demand. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, looks like we have 3 more hands up.
Yes, I see Rebecca is next.
Yeah, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to let everybody know that within the scope of our inland biostem standards project, the one that Joe gave an overview of earlier, we are looking at, within the program of implementation options, options around nutrient offset credit trading programs. So we are looking at what's already out there, trying to gather those, get a sense for what's already been done as potential options for that program of implementation. So if you guys have any other good ideas that you're aware of, I can think of a few others besides those already listed. Feel free to drop me a line, or Joe Westhouse, you have his contact information from the slide, and share those.
All righty. Mike is next.
Sure. Thanks, everybody. I'll keep mine brief. I think a key, I guess, complementary piece to Jared's piece on funding is the jurisdictional challenges you've got. And I think this isn't news to anyone, but I want to make sure we capture it as, you know, a lot of these reuse projects, it's not necessarily a technology issue per se. It's you've got all these different collaborative agencies and bringing them all to the table, and how do you advance that? I think that's something that's just a key consideration from all this. Is what I've gleaned from this whole Bay Area nutrient management is just the strength of collaboration, and making sure that just that's captured here.
Okay, Jane.
Well, maybe I'm going to sound a little bit like a broken record, but in Region 8, we've been doing an offset program, which I think is very similar to the water quality trading program for salts and nutrients since mid-90s. And so we've done it through a maximum benefit analysis and basin plan amendments. So it's a really good example, and it's very successful. But you know, some of the success is the ability to build inland desalters using the funds that come from the state to help support offset those programs, so that those waters become economically feasible. And so the program we have has greatly reduced our reliance on imported water sources. We do have nutrient and salt standards for groundwater basins that we use to manage the basins up and down the Santa Ana River, and it works very well. And we have promoted recycled water to a great degree. And I'll shout out for Orange County Sanitation District is that we just moved 30 million gallons per day out of the ocean into the groundwater replenishment program. So there is quite a bit of effort and things that can be done, but you know, the focus I know for wastewater agencies and water agencies is cost, and but it does help when you're working together, because one agency learns from the other. And then what we're able to do, like through the maximum benefit, we had an initial agency that walked through it, and then the others just kind of followed suit. And so we kind of sorted out those problems. And our agencies meet together monthly to discuss issues, and it's very effective in trying to solve the problems. And then we can use their expertise and what they can see can be done at their facility, and see if it lines up with what we're required as the regulatory agencies to accomplish. It takes a lot of effort. It takes time. So I think if these things become part of the process, when you put collaboration, I just would add time to make sure that those collaborations are built and there's good, effective communication. So you can go deeper into the problem and not just scratch the surface. So anyway, my 2 cents. I'll stop talking. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you, Jane. We have a couple more raised hands.
Yes, Joe again.
Yeah, but you know, I hear that. I hear what the gentleman from CASA said, and where the translation is lost to me, and maybe it's my issue, is I don't have an understanding of how the mass loading of nutrients is necessarily being addressed by water reuse projects. For like the ag reuse projects that I'm used to seeing up here, I'm in Santa Rosa, right? It's an easy connection to make. In some of the other areas where there's a water shortage and the wastewater is being reclaimed to supplement water sources, it seems like there's not necessarily that much mass of nutrients being removed. It's all going out into the brine, quote unquote, and still being discharged. And so I think maybe just kind of building into these conversations, I don't know how to say it. Being used to saying not just that we're recycling this much more water, but say this also means that we're taking out this much, whatever it is, 15% more nutrients than we were before. Something like that would help somebody like me really make the connection between water reuse and nutrient mass loading reductions.
Yeah, I would like to respond just to note that this really is a significant issue for us, essentially this brine or this RO concentrate and what's a part of that and how do we handle that. I think the Bay Area's exploration of nature-based solutions to address the brine are really instructive, but in terms of how that can be expanded, to other watersheds, we need that kind of evaluation and assessment. In terms of, secondary treatment, as I understand it, that does remove a portion of nutrients, but not the entire, whole and spectrum of what's there. That side stream treatment gets you a lot further, but then that step to get to handling more than essentially 40% of the load, that gets you into that high energy context, and the engineers can kind of speak to what those treatment options are, but that I think entails some of the RO concentrate management. But management of the RO concentrate really is this intersection of issues we're speaking about where it's hard to know how to move forward. And I think the approach that Ray shared for LACSD really gets at and drives at, there's a lot of ways to evaluate it, and there's a lot of ways to address it. And so, for an agency with a certain volume, they need to look at a variety of options, but for other agencies and other localities, there may only be a few things to explore. But I think that liberty or that discretion and that diversity in approaches at the local level ultimately is a good thing when you're taking a watershed approach, because you're looking at the overall health of the watershed, and decisions are being made at that level. And so each of the components or the individual parts of that watershed approach are being evaluated.
Thanks.
Hey, Steve Jepson.
I think there was a little bit of a question in there from Joe Dillon in terms of non-potable water recycling in Southern California, which is massive and constantly expanding. That non-potable water that is diverted to irrigation or other uses contains the nutrients that would have gone out in the outfall. So it's a one-for-one nutrient reduction. It's not concentrated in the brine. When we talk about concentrated in the brine, that's when we're moving to potable water recycling, which is also important. But I just wanted to get that clarification in there.
Thanks. Others?
And I see Tom again.
Yeah, I definitely will defer to anybody else, but I just had two thoughts to add to the dialogue. One being the need to include the water supply side of things in this dialogue, because it's not realistic to expect the wastewater side to pay for some of these one water needs. It's especially when we're talking about converting wastewater to potable use, and who bears the cost of that. I mean, that's a dialogue that's going on separate from this. It will have to happen separate from this as there's more and more push for direct and indirect potable reuse. But we have to get, again, it's all coming from the same fund, the funders are the same, the people. So we have to show the people of California that our utilities work with each other, and they're competing for the same dollars. So we got to keep that in mind about if we're going to the extent that we're going to make integrate recycled water options that actually separate from the ones where the wastewater folks have control over, such as supplying irrigation water. Even there's a benefit because sometimes we're replacing use of potable water for non-potable purposes. That's better, smarter to use wastewater. That's just more of a philosophical point about the importance in California that we do better at breaking down silos amongst our water utilities. And speaking about that, just within the wastewater side of things, there are long-standing historical silos for various reasons, how they were created and how they operate. So, but this is a question to the wastewater folks who are listening to all this, and I'm riffing off of Karen's suggestions at the front end. What steps can we take? To what extent is there interest by the wastewater community to step up and help the water boards help them by taking on the challenge of evaluating nutrient load reduction possibilities from these key, if not all, but key representative plants? It's hard for us to force that type of collaboration, except through using regulatory authorities that make you all cringe. But way I've been successful to date in the Bay Area is by putting out the offer. Basically, I say, give us an offer we can't refuse. Do what we would require you to do, and we can give you some room to move. And so it's not a matter of whether you have to do something or not. It's a matter of making the commitment and doing it. I'd really love to see that happen on a statewide level, so we have a means to answer not only nutrient related questions, but questions associated with other constituents of interest in wastewater, rather than having to do it plant by plant through our conventional regulatory means. So long preface is I'm curious to see to what extent the wastewater community can respectfully get its collective act together in California. I know there's talk, but what's the likelihood of some form of action in response to Karen's call to action? And that's not an easy question to answer, I know, on the spot. Probably rhetorical.
Yeah, no, and I think that there's definitely next steps in considering these various options, and obviously our board will be weighing in on direction that we go. And my relationship and collaboration with Jared and the team at CASA is robust, and so we will continue to discuss the path forward and keep all informed of it. I want to make sure that anyone that is interested in making any comments has the opportunity to do that.
I see Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring attention. Zeynep had some good commentary, as did Laura, related to Joe's comment. It really just boils down to the non-potable versus the potable reuse applications. And for the Backway experience, we made the you could argue, an overly conservative approach of assuming for those potable reuse applications that the nitrogen would get transferred to the concentrate. Not all of it, but a majority of it. But to Zeynep's point, it's true. If you're moving to these advanced treatment, you're going to likely implement some sort of upstream upgrades to manage nutrients. And then the other key piece there has to do with essentially the replacement of the commercial fertilizer. So thank you, Zeynep, for adding that additional dialogue.
Thanks for the clarification, Mike. Yeah, I felt strongly that you don't want to leave that perception out there.
Yeah.
All right. Other thoughts to add? I did get one additional suggestion for an immediate action that we could consider. Are there others?
Karen, there's a question from Kelly Broom in the chat. And if you are using non-potable water for irrigation, are HABs and their metabolites / cytotoxins being removed / reduced from this water? And then the second part, is California doing any outreach internationally? I mean, Kelly, the answer first is like there are no HABs in wastewater.
Yeah.
So it's the HABs are in the receiving water. So if nutrient-rich wastewater is not, that's being reused through non-potable sources, is not getting to the receiving water, it definitely has a benefit relative to reducing nutrient loads. But that's it. Yeah, that's really the answer there. To the extent we are having the Bay Area, so as far as international outreach, we're definitely looking to make sure we're up to speed with everything what's going on in the world. But there's much more probably to do than we do, especially considering parts of the world like Israel, for example, that does a lot of reuse, a lot of that. So good challenge for that second part of your question.
All right. Are there others with their hands up?
I see no hands.
I'll take a pregnant pause for just a second, just to see if anyone else raises their hand. And then
it's noteworthy that 50 people have stuck it out. That's
no,
impressive.
it's great. It's great having 50 still on. Kelly Broom actually has her hand up. Kelly, please.
Yes, I wouldn't mind touching base with you, Karen, after this is over. Thank you very much, everyone.
Oh, please, yeah. Oh, I'm not going. Okay, so I will sort of outline what I see as the next steps, and anyone who would like to augment it, please do chime in. This is your opportunity to provide input, or at least initial opportunity. This is not the last word, of course. Like I said, I have a frequent discussion around these issues with CASA, both in the context of the ocean acidification work. Well, I guess the ocean acidification work, the biostem standards effort, as well as the recycled water strike team that was formed as a result of the publishing of the governor's water supply strategy last summer. And I think that there's a good opportunity there to marry up the conversation between the recycled water and nutrient removal. And so that group is going to be talking along those lines. And then fleshing out these options for our board to consider. Obviously, if we were to do some sort of jointly funded study, and I mean jointly between the state and the regulated community, there would be some discussion of what that scope would look like. Our board would need to weigh in. Anytime we talk to our board, it's a public process. So there will be more discussion as we move forward. And then any investigative orders or encouraging the regional boards to add nutrient removal planning requirements to their NPDES permits also are things that we would want to get input on if we were to go in those directions. So my suggestion is that we take this input. I've had someone taking notes throughout, and we should be able to download the chat. This is also being recorded, so we can always go back and listen to the input. And we will identify some next steps beyond what I'm sort of generally talking about and keep you all posted. I think what at this point we'll do is piggyback on the nutrient or the BioStem project email subscription as a way of continuing to communicate with stakeholders. And I will make that clear after this. And we've got all of your contacts as well. Just want to would love to hear about the appetite for selective nutrient removal from side streams, something we're working on in the lab and soon to pilot at a campus scale plant. at Stanford. If anyone would like to chat, I'd greatly appreciate if you'd reach out. Okay, so making some connections. And thanks for the great workshop. And so maybe I should also step back and thank you all, especially those stalwarts who are still on, almost 50 of you stuck with us through the lunch hour, and really, really appreciate your participation. And I cannot, well, let me stop sharing so I can actually see you. I cannot thank the presenters enough. Mike had to leave, but I think we have everyone else still on. So thank you so much for participating, staying in the long haul, actually participating in the conversation as well, and preparing the slides and getting them to me and just being here. Again, this was thrown together really quickly, and you all just helped make it what I think was an excellent conversation. And so a good starting point, but like I said, there's more to come and more discussion to be had. So thanks everyone, and look forward to circling back in the not too distant future, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, and everyone.